muted, and if you could make sure you turn on your microphones.
Okay, I am logging into Zoom right now.
Recording in progress.
And I got my sound on. Oh, I hate starting the day like that. Sorry, guys. Really quick, let everybody know Supervisor Novacell is on her way. She hit some construction traffic. So I told her to drive safe and be careful. So she should be joining us anytime in person.
Nice.
And got my Zoom going on. Okay.
We're all fortunate we have a really easy commute. Poor Supervisor Novacell, runs into a lot of roadblocks.
Okay, very good. Sorry about that delay there.
Construction this time of year.
The
too.
construction, it's a
Yeah.
lot. So I'm going to call to order the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, May 17th, 2022. With that, we're going to start the morning with the invocation by Pastor David Cook of Cold Springs Church and follow that with the Pledge of Allegiance by Supervisor Turnbull.
Okay.
Mic's on, right? Great. Thank you very much, Kim, for doing that. Supervisors, thank you so much for the privileged opportunity to pray. I do want to make just a statement before this, before I pray, is that over the weekend, there were two shootings in our nation, and both of those hit particularly close to home. In Brooklyn, or in Buffalo, that was very personal to me because I'm a father of children who are Black and white and Hispanic, and a grandfather to a young boy who is Black. And racism is personal to me, and racism that murders others is particularly evil. And then in Southern California, a shooting in a church that killed one and wounded others is grievous to me as a pastor who seeks to create sacred space that brings safety and that brings life to our community. And so I take that very personally. So on 2 days, consecutive days, things very close to my heart. And my prayer this morning reflects those thoughts and feelings as I pray for you and our county and our nation. And also, I just got back from 22 days in 5 nations in Africa, equipping and training leaders around leadership health, and was in Rwanda and visited the genocide memorial and saw the very reality of when a nation turns on one another, of how far it can go and how utterly evil it is. But also the power of reconciliation that can happen was amazing, which was the bigger story. And so I appreciate the opportunity to pray and to share some of my heart with you and with those who are listening. So thank you so much for that and indulging me as I gave that introduction. So would you pray with me today? Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for your faithfulness and goodness in the pendulum swing of our lives, as we experience the fullness of joy and the depth of sorrow, the greatness of blessings and the difficulty of struggle, the warmth of friendship and the pain of loss. In all these things, you remain the same. You are steadfast and immovable. And my heart grieves for our nation once again in the face of another young man filled with racial hate, killing innocents because of the color of their skin. Lord, have mercy on us. And of a house of faith and people of faith once again being a target of violence where death comes instead of their mission to bring life. Lord, have mercy on us. In the torn fabric of our nation and the torn fabric of our souls, I pray that you would give each of us the courage to stand up to be peacemakers. Let the pledge that we make as Americans go beyond lip service of one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for everyone. Help each of us in our words and actions today choose the path of courage to stand for what is true and honorable and just and pure and lovely and commendable and excellent, so that we build up those around us and do not destroy them. For as each of us goes, so goes our community, our county, our state, and our nation. And I pray for the women and men of law enforcement today. May you be their peace. I especially pray for the Ishmael family as their grief and loss is stirred once again in the pain of the sentencing of Brian's killer. May your comfort be over them and the whole law enforcement community. I pray the words of the prophet Amos, let justice roll down like waters and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream. I pray that you would protect our courageous men and women in law enforcement from the evil that would threaten our community, to give them wisdom and discernment to protect their own hearts as they have to deal with the most difficult and darkest things in our community on a daily basis. And I pray for our military in times of heightened tension around the world. I pray that there would be peace in Europe and that you would protect the innocents, that you would help the world to stand up for what is right and just in the face of aggression. And I pray for this group of men and women in this room and around our county who lead us as well, as they make decisions that will not only shape the economic future of our county, but also how they decide, and what they decide will shape the social fabric and civility of this beautiful place that we get to call home. I pray for a wisdom, a conviction, a selfless spirit that is greater than themselves, so that they can lead us into a more positive and fruitful future as a county. And I pray that you would bless each one and strengthen each one. Thank you so much for their sacrificial leadership and service to us as a county. Bless and strengthen each one beyond what they could imagine. Thank you again, Heavenly Father, for your goodness. May we experience it and share it with others today. I pray these things in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. And Lord, have mercy on us.
Thank you, Pastor Cook. And just to note, Supervisor Novacell made it, so she made it here.
There's a lot of work on that.
Just wanted you to drive safe, so glad you made it safely. Okay.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, with that, we will move on to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar. We'll start over here. District 2, do you have any changes?
Yes, I just want a clarification on item 43, resolution 062022. My clarification on my no vote, I voted on
Hold the phone. So this is actually regarding item 1.
Minutes.
on the minutes.
Today's
Okay,
item 1 regarding the May 10th meeting minutes.
right.
There you go. And then carry on.
Okay, clarification on my no vote. I voted no on all the increase to the mitigation fees.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll go to District 3.
All right, no changes, but I would just like to thank the Commission on Aging for their engagement on the El Dorado County Area Agency on Aging plan, which was just very comprehensive, and appreciate all their work on that.
Very good. District 1,
No changes.
District 5.
No changes. Thank you.
And out of an abundance of caution, even though I really don't like it, I'm going to recuse myself on item number 17. It's the Ponderosa Interchange Project. Just to make it easier on everyone. So with that, Kim, we would need to go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning. Ruth Michelson, District 4. There's 3 consent items I'd like to address: 8, 11, and 13. 8, I would just as a taxpayer like to protest that for this office supply bid, the reasons that the winning bidder as far as monetarily was rejected. I read all the documents, and I think that the reasons are unsubstantial, and it's a huge contract for 1.5 million. And the winning bidder, which, well, I say winning, of course, there's a point system of which are applied for various aspects of this, and they weren't given points for giving the right kind of references and I can't remember all, but it seemed, they did give references, but they weren't public sector, pure public sector like government references. And frankly, I thought that was petty. And they came in at 25% lower than the monetarily than the Walker office supply for which this was bid to. I don't have any connection to any of these businesses, so it doesn't, I'm not promoting one over the other. I'm just stating this for monetary reasons. I think that this was wrongly awarded. Item 11, I just have a question. I, along with Supervisor Thomas, concur that this was a very nice report, very well done, very thorough. But I do have a question that wasn't explained. With the minority seniors that between 1921 and 22 went from a reported 7,433 to 14,480. How in 1 year and over a 4-year period can we increase of 119%? Was this underreporting? Did everyone turn 60? Did we have a big influx into this county? With a doubling between 21 and 22 of minority seniors, I think an explanation is warranted. And with my last 45 seconds, my concern about 13, I think it's kind of an abuse of the system to take a contract that was for 150,000 and increase it to 779,000 in this type of an amendment. I think if you're going to have that kind of increase, perhaps you should put it out to bid again. I mean, that's what's at a 7-fold increase. And this is to a consultant who lives out of the area in Davis. Is there no one within this county that could do this work, that we could keep it local? Or is there not some employees that we could hire and train to do this work? I think we need to keep our money in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Item number 7. Out of respect for the employees that have jobs now and won't have jobs for the future, this is the custodian issue. Out of that respect, I just wanted to say that this item is more than just a consent calendar item. It's much more. As you know, I told you I've been a manager in the county prior and had to tell people that they were going to lose their jobs because of decisions related to financial things. And this is no different in a sense of all the times that I had to explain why this was necessary. The fact that these are filled positions and that they may be able to find jobs, that we may be able to help them find jobs within the county system, certainly would be important. I did read this item completely, and I recognize that we're going private on these services for reasons of financial efficiency and effectiveness. But at the same time, I know that there's at least 1 or 2 of these people that have many, many years of experience here and also dedication to the county. And so in that behalf, I just wanted to acknowledge this since it wasn't going to be pulled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, not taking public comment from Zoom participants, not taking public comment from Garrett Fees.
Hello, good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Garrett Fees. I represent Sierra Office Supplies, Sierra Gold, and Imperial Print. I'm just referencing number 8 for the office supply bid 216155048. I came in at a much lower price than the competitor. I've been doing business with you guys for about 10 years. And I did lose to a reference for the Schumann Springs Meanwhile Florida Indians that were not accepted. I used that reference in my past on other bids. I never had an issue with that in the past. So I think for the county bid, I'd like somebody to relook at that. Me being a local and all of our employees being local in our possible stores. We'd hate to see local business leave the county. That's all I really have to say about that.
Okay, thank you, Garrett.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, CEO, do you want to help me respond to some of these questions?
Sure, Madam Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO, in regards to the comments on item number 7 and the reduction in force for the custodians that has been talked about extensively during labor negotiation process, which are confidential. The county takes employees very seriously and respect everyone, but as indicated in the staff report, this is a cheaper way of doing business, and quite frankly, we believe a higher level of service will be provided. The county did everything in our power to find jobs for them within the county system, and they were all offered jobs within the county system. Some chose to accept that, some did not. So, but I appreciate the comments from the speaker, because those are the hard decisions that impact people's lives. In regards to the comments on the Commission on Aging, if I would suggest if the board wants to have answers to that, you should pull the item, since it's a more in-depth conversation. We would need the department to be able to handle those. The comments on IDEA consulting and the increase to that, yes, it is significant. IDEA consulting is a recognized expert in behavioral health change throughout the state. They've worked with many other small and rural counties to try to restructure that system, and that discussion has taken place with the board in the past. And from this contract specifically, a lot of conversation, as well as through the board's commitment to restructuring our behavioral health system through the allocation of ARPA money. And it's all related to that. But if we want further discussion, we could have that as well. I would suggest pull it at that time.
Okay, and then item 8.
Item 8, the staff's recommendation is we stand by that recommendation. We recognize the right of a bidder to appeal and protest. That's their right. Our recommendation was keep it on consent. If the board wants to hear and discuss that further, it's obviously a prerogative, but we believe the process was done appropriately and fairly, as best we can.
Okay. Does anybody want to pull anything off of consent?
I can, since Ruth is in my district, I can circle back around with her on some of the questions that she had. So,
Ruth is in my district. I
oh, I'm
believe.
sorry. Well, she's down in Placerville a lot. so-
She is in
She
Placerville
works in
quite a bit.
Placerville, pardon me.
So I will be happy to do
Okay,
that.
sounds good. Pardon me.
Okay, with that, then I don't think we have any further changes.
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Supervisor Parlin will recuse herself from item number 17. Supervisor Turnbull regarding item number 1, the minutes from May 10th, 2022, made a clarifying remark as far as item 43, that he voted no on the entire item, not just the accessory dwelling units.
Okay, very good. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Thank you.
Second?
We're all here, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Very good.
Done.
Motion passes unanimously. Okay, with that, we will move on to our first department matter, our only department matter, item number 26.
Item number 26 comes from the Sheriff's Office recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction, first reading of an ordinance establishing a military equipment use policy, and 2, waive the full reading of the ordinance, read by title only, and continue this matter to May 24th of 2022 for final passage, second reading.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Bobby St. Pierre. I'm a sergeant with the Sheriff's Office. Just here to briefly talk about Assembly Bill 481. I'll talk a brief history, some of the requirements that this bill has created, not only for our office, but placed on the board as well. Talk about some of the efforts our office has made to come to compliance with this law. And then I'm here for any questions if you folks should have any. AB 481 was signed by the governor September of 2021. It became law January 1st of 2022. It affected government code sections 7070 through 7075 with a goal primarily of creating some transparency in the equipment that is possessed by law enforcement agencies that this bill has deemed military equipment. It created several requirements, one of which is that the law enforcement agency must now seek approval anytime they wish to purchase, acquire, use, or continue to use military equipment And that approval must come from a governing body. In the case of the county, that would be you, the board. An additional requirement is that we create a policy on military equipment. Our agency has worked with our regional allied law enforcement partners as well as county council and created what I believe is a comprehensive military equipment policy. That policy currently contains our existing inventory of military equipment that is possessed by the sheriff's office. Each of those is itemized. It defines the product, the quantity in our possession, the capabilities of those products, the cost, any specialized training that is required prior to use of that equipment, situations where that equipment can be employed by the sheriff's office. It also defines governing laws or specific EDSO policies that cover those specific items. For us, this will be a living document. Our inventory, is expected to change throughout any given year. So we will revisit this policy every year to update the inventories of those items, whether we, with your approval, acquire new items or through the sake of our role in the community, have to use certain amounts of those items. Another requirement for this is the creation and approval of a county ordinance which adopts the military use policy. That's what brings us here today. We have worked with county council to create a proposed policy that hopefully we can approve and move forward on. And our office is currently working on an internal procedure to find a way to forecast as part of our fiscal budgetary process annually, the items that we may be seeking that are deemed military equipment. There are 14 categories within those definitions that would go through our internal approval process annually for a fiscal year, and then ultimately be presented to you folks for final approval so we can move forward with purchase and acquisition. Are there any questions I can try to answer from anybody?
Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you. I appreciate this. I think this does give a lot of credibility to transparency in our government, in particular our law enforcement. And I really appreciate the list. I was curious, it seemed like there were a lot of grenades. And I was just wondering, is there a minimum and a maximum, why you would get an amount and what, why would you have this kind of a storage of them?
May I ask you to be specific about grenades? We do.
Well, I was looking on your list.
We do carry, as a sheriff's office, we have chemical agent, which sometimes fall under that.
Oh, okay. That's probably maybe what that is.
We employ a variety of chemical agents that have different chemicals, different payloads or amounts of chemicals within the canisters. So not one specific item can be used for every single circumstance. So that's why we have a variety, which is why you may see we have maybe such a volume in our
Yeah, it seemed like there
inventory.
was a large volume of that one classification, so it makes sense that there's.
Yeah, and it's just variety. So we have different options to use the least amount of force reasonable at the
Yeah,
time.
well, like I said, I think it was interesting and it was certainly is eye-opening to see what we have and good to know, it's really good to know that it seems like we're pretty well fortified for big issues.
You try to be prepared. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Any further questions from the board?
Just
No,
a comment that I, believe law enforcement needs to have the tools to effectively safeguard our communities.
Thank
And you've always discharged your duties with the utmost of ethics and professionalism. So we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay, then we'll take public comment now, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 26, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Thank you. Ruth Michelson, District 4. I'd like to start by saying I'm very pro law enforcement. Law enforcement is very necessary in our society to enforce the laws, all laws, not cherry-picked laws, but all laws, not politically chosen laws, but all laws, and are very necessary. And I support our Placerville Police and I support our Sheriff's Department. So that being said, I had some questions about the documents. The resolution states the El Dorado Sheriff's Office, this is point 2 in section 2 in determinations. The El Dorado County Sheriff's Office policy, section 709, which actually I have a copy of also, will safeguard the public's welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties. And I just want to make certain that with this long list of equipment, that's truly what it's being used for. I think that's really important for all of us, for all of our freedoms. I also I thought this was interesting in my minute and 44 seconds left. I wanted to mention a statistic that I came up with in an article that was published today about murders committed by political extremists. In the last 10 years, 450 murders have been committed by political extremists, which is a subset of all the mass murders that we've had. But of these 450 killings, right-wing extremists have committed 75%. Islamic extremists were responsible for about 20%, and left-wing extremists were responsible for 4%. I also looked up AB 481, for why this meeting is occurring and why this list is being presented to you. And this says this bill would require a state agency as defined to create a military equipment use policy before engaging in certain activities, publish that policy on the internet website, which it has, et cetera. It would state that the continued use of military equipment acquired prior to January 1st. Okay, so they've done this, but I got to say that this, if you look on the website for what's it's policy 709, it's just really a boilerplate that was produced by Lexapol. It was printed on March 17th of 2020. It essentially lists all this equipment that's being presented to you. And I think it's really lacking in what the intent of the use of all these weapons are. So that's basically what I had to say. I think there needs to be more clarity, more transparency, and other counties have done a better job in providing that transparency. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan, and again, supportive of law enforcement, though people will question that if you question law enforcement. Lots of friends in law enforcement, and some of them feel that it is important that we realize that checks and balances is our way, and the Board of Supervisors provides that check and balance, and the state legislature is providing you another tool. I've expressed it in the past that even though the Sheriff's Department has an elected head, again, the Board of Supervisors is the governmental agency responsible. That's why this is coming before you. And I feel that today was a good presentation. There's been other presentations where I feel some of that professional respect to an elected body, which to me is higher than a single elected official, is lacking. The purpose of AB 41, very clearly stated, is to avoid the over-militarization experienced by many of our law enforcement organizations because the federal government can tempt them with an awful lot of surplus equipment. I agree with the comment made by a supervisor that our law enforcement needs the right tools, but to me, that means tools that are tactically smart and fiscally prudent. I compared this list to other counties, and it's a good match for heavily urbanized communities. I have to question if it's a good match for a rural community. And I know that there is cost savings, but it still does impact the budget and takes away from things I feel would be more important in our community, where officers and deputies travel long distances. It's difficult to bring in support. And so stronger protective vests that cover more areas to guard against fatal wounds that can sneak by some of the vests that I see deputies wearing. There's mobile shield technology that can be carried by folks who are not SWAT officers. There's armoring at least the driver's side door so officers can approach carefully and defensively unknown situations. So I feel, unfortunately, that you should at the
Thank you,
second
Leo.
reading ask for more information. Thank
Now taking public comment from Don Wolfson.
Don Wolfson, Cameron Park. I kind of echo what Leo said. This sounds more appropriate for an urban situation rather than a rural, maybe Chicago or something. I'd rather see you use the money to help the homeless or raise employee salaries or something. I'm not a big fan of militarized police. I support the sheriff, but I don't see this as necessary in our particular community. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning, board. Kathy Lishman. I appreciated a lot of the comments that were made today, and I appreciated the comments of the speakers that have spoken so far from the public. And I guess my question is, whose welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties are they hoping to safeguard? Are they expecting an invasion?
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
Sheriff, there were a couple kind of questions in there. Do you want to help address some of those maybe for me? And I can tell you what I wrote down if that helps. Or
Sheriff John D'Agostini, thank you for your time and Bobby's presentation. The question, whose civil rights and rights are we protecting? Everybody's at any given time, no matter what it is. The concerns about being more geared towards an urban rather than a rural environment. We have all types of environments in our county. We come from El Dorado Hills to South Lake Tahoe, all the South North County areas. We assist Placerville PD, we assist South Lake Tahoe PD. And something else that I want to touch on is we are called out on mutual aid a lot. Not a lot, but we frequently get called out on mutual aid. This bill was in direct reaction to the civil unrest in 2020, and which everybody had questions about the munitions that were being used. You mentioned the word grenades. Bobby kind of clarified that as gas munitions, different types of chemical munitions, and kinetic munitions, rubber ball grenades, and so forth. When this our policy was being put together, and Lexipol, yes, it is a Lexipol policy that we follow. Lexipol is an industry standard. Covers all the bases for legal liability and so forth. We work very closely with county council. Some of the Lexipol policies we do modify to fit our environment, our community, our culture here. But Lexipol is it is an industry standard. The mutual aid part of this is significant. And when we put our policy together, if you read our policy and compare it to other agencies, even within our own county, you will notice that ours is more inclusive and what we determine to be military type equipment. We did that on purpose. And the reason for that is if we get called to mutual aid, say Sacramento Police Department calls us for mutual aid, this policy will precede that request. to see what we have and what we bring to the table, which may limit our response in mutual aid because our policies may not meet what they allow in their jurisdiction. So it could have ramifications in those regards and vice versa. So if we request mutual aid in our jurisdiction from an agency that has a restricted policy, they might not be able to bring tools to the table that we would require to keep our community safe. So this is going to be, David's going to probably get a little upset with what I'm going to say right now, but this policy is ripe for litigation in the future. Litigation in a lot of regards, litigation as to those mutual aid requests. What are you bringing? What was missed? Litigation in regards to the authority of the sheriff and the authority of the board as to controlling operations. But having said that, I agree with the transparency. It needs to be out there. It should be out there. But our policy is, I believe, overly inclusive compared to other policies that you will see that are out there. I think that answered all of the concerns and questions that were brought
Yes,
up.
thank you so much for that clarification. I really appreciate it. Did anybody on the board have further questions or comments?
Just a comment. Again, I appreciate transparency. And I too agree, we need to keep our law enforcement well stocked because we never know what's going to happen. And the fact we have a relatively large rural area, it has to cover a lot of area. I appreciate the idea and I'm hopeful that we have a lot of this in South Lake Tahoe. Also, knowing that it's hard to get. When we have a big emergency, we don't know when it's going to happen, where it's going to happen. We need to have a stockpile. So I agree with all this. I appreciate the list. Thank you.
Any other questions for me?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, John, thank you for bringing that presentation up and, and you need all the tools you can get to keep us safe. And I appreciate that very much.
Thank you.
Very good. All right, thank you very much for that. It was very helpful. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll move approval of item number 26.
I'll second it.
Very good. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Approved unanimously. Thank you very much for that information. Okay. 9:30, yay. We can move on to item number 27, Kim. I know, it's like the timing, it works.
Item number 20 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board take the following actions pertaining to the Mosquito Road Bridge at South Fork American River Bridge Replacement Project. 1, award the construction contract to the Shimmick Construction Company. 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign the construction contract. 3, authorize the Director of Transportation to sign an escrow agreement. And 4, authorize the Director of Transportation to sign the Dispute Resolution Board Agreement.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. As you can see, I'm up here smiling from ear to ear. Because it's not every day that my department can give this board such great news, but not just great news for this board, but for this county and especially for the community of Swansboro and Mosquito. Since 1939, this community has had to deal with the anxiety of every fire season, the frustration and the delays of a narrow, windy switchback road, a very, very narrow wooden one-lane suspension bridge over the South Fork American River. And with this board item, and of course with your approval today, we would begin the process of making that anxiety and frustration for this community a thing of the past. Although that would not spell the end for the historic little wooden bridge. As part of this project, we would be sectioning off that part of the road as well as the bridge, limiting it to pedestrian and bicycle access, and of course, obviously, river access. With your approval today, the Department of Transportation would be embarking in the county's largest capital improvements projects in the county's history. This is a 3-year, $93 million project that is 100% funded by the federal government, the Highway Bridge Program. Let me repeat that last part, 100% funded. And very fortunate for this county due to the wise administration of our budget and our executive leadership. We have the reserves to cash flow this project. As you can see in part of the attachments before you, we have illustrated what it will take to cash flow this project, even at the height of the greatest amount of money that we were going to need, working with our CEO, with the chief fiscal officer. This county has got the budget and the reserves to cash flow this project. Now, this is going to work like any other project that CIP project that transportation has done in the past, where we are funded by either the federal or the state government, but yet we still need to invoice them for money. So we have to pay for the bills. We then send those invoices over to the state of California, who is administering this project for the Highway Bridge Program. The county is very fortunate to have a nationally renowned contractor to be the lowest responsible and responsive bidder for this project in Shimmick Construction Company. They have built many projects like this before, and we are very lucky that they have the resources in this region to be willing to work with us in this county on such a high-profile project. But even more fortunate, I believe, is the fact that, in my humble opinion, I have a nationally renowned engineering team, as you can see here with us today, that has got the experience, the knowledge, and the background to administer this project 100% in-house. The primary staff that are going to be working on the project are here with us today, as well as many others that are in their offices, gleefully looking into today's board item, because we're very excited to get started. But then again, they have been working on this project for many, many years. This isn't a project just happens overnight. These types of projects work their ways through within years to sometimes decades, getting through the environmental process, the financing process. And this is a culmination of almost a decade worth of work coming here today to provide the community and this county a wonderful project that will last in perpetuity. So with that said, I recommend that you approve this item and allow this department and this county to get started on this great project. With that said, if you have any questions for me or my staff, we'd be glad to answer them for you.
Does anyone, I don't see any buttons, but we're out of practice of buttons today. Supervisor Thomas.
Well, this is indeed a historic day, and that's quite remarkable that we have the in-house talent and passion and skills to manage this in-house. I mean, that's quite remarkable and a tribute to all of you.
Yes.
So it's exciting. I've read the cash flow analysis on, in the staff report. Just want to make sure that we have enough liquid funds to cash flow this historic project.
Most definitely. I've been working very closely with the CEO and with the chief fiscal officer to make sure that the cash flow reserves will be there. But furthermore, we will be working very closely with the Highway Bridge Program in asking for a larger allocation as well, so that the amount of reserves that the county would have to put up ahead of time could be minimized. So
without jeopardizing other operations.
Exactly.
Okay.
I would just like to add that Raphael is correct. We have the reserves and the cash available, but the treasurer tax collector is also part of these conversations. Specifically in regards to your question, Supervisor Thomas, about the liquidity of the funds, because she's charged with investing funds. Sometimes those monies are tied up, but she's reviewed the analysis and she's prepared to address that. She's not available right now. She had another commitment, but she is on standby if you have other questions for her.
as long as she's weighed in on that, obviously, and has confidence, this is exciting. So thank you so much.
Sure.
Very good. Supervisor Novosel?
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Raphael. This is exciting, I'm sure, for the community and all. I was just wondering, when we've done projects, large projects, such as when we did the sheriff's public safety project, we had reports out, annual reports out, I believe, back to the board. Are you planning on doing that?
Oh, if
No,
not.
I didn't see it in the summary.
That is true. No, most definitely. We definitely anticipate having, if not yearly, maybe biannual reports to the board, letting you guys know exactly where we're at.
Yeah, and I guess my concern is, with everything fiscally right now, kind of up in the air as far as if we're going into recession, what we can do, how's that going to, how's that going to affect all of our projects? I think it would be good to make sure we do get regular timely reports. And then if there's any issues, obviously make sure you get that back to the board as soon as possible so that we are made aware of it.
Most definitely.
All right, thank you.
Very good.
The only thing I'm-
Supervisor Hydall pushed his button.
Yeah, change orders are obviously the thing that gets into large projects. And that comes down to how good the quality of the design is, et cetera, where you get into situations where the design is not easily buildable. And you have to go through modifications or adjustments or anything. Do you see anything looking forward that would cause a significant concern with change orders on this? Because it is a huge project. And I've seen huge projects end up with 10, 20% type of overruns, which means they have to be extremely well managed from the front end, and you need to have a good starting point design. I don't know how to assess that personally, but I guess I'm asking, are you confident that we're not going to have a series of significant change orders associated with this? That's usually where the rubber hits the road. And you're saying, no, they're not confident. Okay.
So with
I use significant, like
with
10%.
any capital improvement projects, there is a risk for change orders, especially in the civil engineering realm, because of the fact that there is so much unknown when it comes to the foundations. You don't know until you start digging and you start getting into, especially this terrain, which if you've seen any of our renderings that we've done here in the past, is extremely steep, extremely hazardous and full of vegetation that will complicate the access to it. It's not as simple as getting an 18-wheeler rig into this area. We're talking about Mosquito Road, Rock Creek Road, getting into this area. It's going to be a lot of complications. So we are fortunate that, as I stated earlier, we have got a very good contracting company that has worked in these types of trends, these types of projects, and they know exactly what to expect. We've already started speaking to not only the consultant, but other construction management teams who are working with us on the project to try and weed out any potential conflicts and or change orders foreseeable from our perspective. As I stated earlier, we've been designing this now for many, many years, and we've looked at every different angle that we can either get in, get out, and do the work that we have to. So I would hope that any fatal flaw, any massive discrepancy would already been identified, knock on wood. But of course, like I said, once you start digging and removing a lot of the brush and the vegetation and the subsurface, and then going down into the deeper foundations, you don't know what you're going to get until you get there. We also do have a significant amount of contingency as well.
Right.
10% contingency on this, of which Caltrans and the Highway Bridge Program are very understandable to the fact that with any project, there can be a potential for conflicts that were unforeseen and unexpected. And so if that opportunity does come, once again, this is 100% funded by the federal government.
understands. The other part of that is the cash flow aspect of it, making sure you have enough margin that if you do end up with a situation where you have some cost growth and stuff, that it doesn't force the project to stop because the cash is not there. That's the worst situation, obviously, you can get into, is having to stop construction and pause while the money is accumulated or something or other. So I'm hoping that was taken into account with some kind of a plus or minus analysis to look at what happens if the cost grows substantially. Are we going to be covered? And I'm assuming reasonable assumptions were made with that, because that's really what it takes to put together this kind of a proposal. And I know you guys do good work. It's just, I'm always a little apprehensive about these kinds of major projects, what you get into. What you don't know is the tough part, right?
Yes.
What you don't know is the thing that's going to cause you to have to look at what else can we do? What alternatives do we have? And how expensive are those going to be? So
I believe we've worked out approximately seven different cash flow analysis
okay, all right. Then
spreadsheets,
you've done your
all
due
of which
diligence. I'm
have gone through the
satisfied then.
CEO and the chief fiscal officer to see, all the what ifs and worst case scenarios, best case scenarios.
Okay.
Obviously, we're hoping for the best,
Right.
but we're planning for the worst. So all of which, yes, have been discussed and looked over.
Very good. Thank you.
Very good. Supervisor Turnbull?
It's been a long time coming, a long time. And I think it's going to be great for the community out there, especially, they'll be able to easy access, and across that new bridge and stuff like that, because that road is terrible. I'm sorry. It really is. I've drove it many times, and it's not that bridge. There's not hardly any room to even fit my dually down across it, especially the fenders almost touch on each side. So, and plus also the maintenance and the money we spent on maintaining the old bridge. So I think this is going to be a good thing.
That is true. Yeah. And we are foreseeing to be able to utilize savings from not having to maintain that bridge on a year-to-year basis.
Right.
And Supervisor Novosel?
Yeah, sorry. Quick question.
No worries.
Conduit, we had the dig first. What was it? Dig once.
Dig once.
That
Dig
didn't
once.
sound
Dig
right. I'm
Dig
sorry.
once.
Dig once. Dig once.
I'm
Policy.
taking broadband out there.
Yeah. Yeah, is there going to be conduits?
Yes,
for-
there will be
for-
conduit.
I see that
Yes.
AT&T is going to have conduit, but does that also include our ability to put in broadband? It looks like it's,
I believe we will have empty conduit cells for future use. I will confirm that, but considering this is new construction for us to be able to put in empty conduit,
great opportunity to do it. Well, we've got it
Yes.
there.
most
John
definitely.
Kaling's in the back nodding his head. Yes,
Okay.
that is going to be
Thanks, John.
happening. I
Good.
thought I had read that somewhere also, but
I
Yes.
see
It's good to hear that from the
AT&T and
engineers.
blah, 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 but I wanted to make sure that it would include the broadband. We're so wanky.
no, that's a good point to
Okay.
keep bringing that up with these projects.
I
That doesn't get
Yeah.
forgotten.
Yeah.
It's huge. So,
Yes.
Thank you.
and I just want to say, wow, it's
Yes.
really happening.
It is.
So thank you to you and your team for keeping the board and all the departments, apprised of what's been going on, but especially your outreach to the community has been fabulous and so needed, because this is it's going to be great when it's done, but the next 3 years are going to be so difficult dealing with this construction, the traffic, the closures, in addition to the normal closures that usually happen. So I just appreciate the outreach. And I see Carwilans here who lives out in the area, who also helps us with our outreach. And we have a dedicated webpage for the community so that they can go there and get those updates. I'm hoping daily or at least weekly with the dailies, so they know what areas will be heavily impacted by huge, trucks delivering equipment, when closures are happening, because it's going to be really difficult. And but it's going to be worth it, because every year when that bridge, the tiny little existing bridge, is closed, I cannot tell you how many complaints we get in my office and concerns, and rightfully so. Having your one of your accesses, is that a word? Anyway, one of your main accesses out to that area closed down every year during fire season has been terrifying. So this will be a huge plus for the community. And I just appreciate everyone's, especially Matt, you've been there. You're the one, I guess, that got the money. So that's a big deal. And
is.
thank you for your persistence on this.
Yes.
So
No, thank you very much. And I appreciate you reminding me about that one point. We do have a website. It's through the county's website. If you go to El Dorado County's website and you go to the Department of Transportation, you'll see Mosquito Bridge. And as you stated, we will be having all updates on there of when we will have the bridge closed, any portions of the road closed. We do still anticipate having portions of the road and the bridge closed off at times at any given intervals for weeks at any given duration of anywhere between a week to 2 to 3 weeks. So by all means, please go to the website so that you can find out when those closures are going to be, what the detour route is going to be, and for how long, as well as we will be reaching out to the community and informing them as much as we can using changeable message signs, Facebook pages, and our de facto PR person, Carl Weiland, as well.
exactly. and we learned a lesson when the Mount Murphy Bridge was closed down unexpectedly, that it's best, in my mind, to send everybody to that one information source.
It is.
Because if you send out information, it gets outdated quickly. So it's really, we learned the hard way, I think, after like 3 days of Mount Murphy Bridge being closed. Just send everybody straight to the source and they can get the most updated information. And it worked really well. Your team was fabulous at keeping that information fresh for everyone, and it worked well.
Exactly. So if any of you ever receive any questions regarding mosquito, please, by all means, send them to our website. Same thing goes for anybody who calls us. We will be sending them to our website, because that's going to be a lot more up to date than even I will have. So by all means.
And if it's not fresh, I know who to call.
And you will.
So, thank you for everything. That's so appreciated. And with that, I think we need to go to public comment.
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, as I told you many times, former DOT employee. First of all, in my life, this project was never supposed to be done. I mean, it was to be planned. It was to be continually planned, but to get to this point is unbelievable. Your comments, Chair, obviously well-deserved. Congratulations to staff. I have to admit, at one time, I never thought that they would grow into the department with the experience that they have now, because of all of the things that have happened, emergencies and fires and all kinds of things that leads us to this point. So very much congratulations for staff, and they are very deserving to have an opportunity to do this project. Geology is an issue there. John Kaling and I had a slide that took us pretty much most of a year to fix. There was all kinds of traffic problems, being able to circulate in a different way using Rock Creek Road. I assume that's going to be part of this thing also. And so the geology, you never can tell. And we found that out when we experienced that for that project, the slide project. Attention to the project, it is going to draw attention in the engineering world, in the world of people that just want to see it as it's building. So that creates its own traffic. So you have to be managing that aspect of it too, realizing, you might want to have some fruit stands and stuff around the area so people can make some money off of it, because it's going to draw a lot of people to it. It reminds me of the Folsom Dam Road project. When they realigned off the dam, it was so big and it took so many years but it drew attention to it. Let's see, future of mosquito area. As I've said previously, I'm concerned about I don't think it's a lack of planning, but I don't think we realize what this bridge does to open that area up to future development. Whether it's a general plan amendment, it's a rezone, it's going to potentially do that. And I just want us to be prepared. We have 3 years before it'll open. So let's prepare for what the future holds for both the Mosquito and the Swansboro areas. And that completes my thoughts for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. I'm going to set up a t-shirt stand.
I was
Been there,
gonna
done
have-
that, huh?
I was gonna have Chris run a hot dog stand.
Kidding. Sorry, Carl.
Thank you, Chair Parlin, members of the board. Carl Weiland, resident of Mosquito since 1993. And I suppose witness to the 30 years of efforts and starts and stops that have led us to this moment. Congratulations to DOT for bringing this to us. I was looking over the agenda and thinking about this morning, and just one comment on that. You know, the Department of Transportation is constantly filling your agenda with projects that improve public safety, that do improvements to our transportation system. That is a reflection, obviously that's what they're supposed to do, that's their job, but they do that because of the leadership in that department and because of the leadership that this board brings, not just to DOT, but to all departments. And so congratulations to you for that and your role in this. Supervisor Parlin, your comments about the community and this 3-year project and awareness and communication is right on point. It is, you know, we're going to have to train ourselves as a community, one, to stay out of the way, and two, to be aware of the construction schedule and how we can support that, even if it's just by staying out of the way. So fortunately, starting in January, I think I'm going to have some more time to devote to that. And I'm certainly looking forward to this project. So once again, thank you very much for your support of this.
Thank you, Carl.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
So Madam Chair, I did have a follow-up.
Yeah, I was just
quickly.
going to ask, did anybody have any further questions or comments?
With our ready access to drones and photography, what I'm going to suggest is we might want to periodically take a picture of what's going on in the area and scan it and stuff and put it on the website, and then people don't have to
Chair
drive out there
Carlin
to
is
see it.
already way ahead of you on that one.
I figured
Oh my
she
God.
would.
You don't even know.
We got the helicopter flying over.
Well, that was on my list. But, Raphael, did you come up with something yet? as far
Well,
as-
I don't know if you all recall that Matt Smelter was able to acquire the equipment of surveying drone equipment.
Yes.
That we will be utilizing on a regular basis to use the still action photography through the progress of the entire bridge. But we're also looking into maybe potentially having a remote camera at the location. We're still going to work that out because we're not sure if that would be reimbursable through the grant. So we're going to be looking into that, as well as how we're going to get that transmitted back into an area because, as you can all be well aware, the cellular communication there is not very good. So how would we get that information back? So we're still working through some of those parameters, but at a minimum, we are definitely going to be having the drone footage. I'd say if not on a monthly, but weekly basis.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Just so you know, I expressed my dream would be to have a photo a day from the same location. And then when you compress it, you know, have bridge build the 3-year project
That's
in
what I
a
was
time
looking
lapse
for.
of like a
Yes.
minute or two or whatever.
Exactly.
I think that would be fabulous for such a historic
Yes.
project. So we'll see what we can do. And then Supervisor Thomas had a great idea. We'll prove the item, of course, but since you do have your team here and everybody looks so spiffy, we thought maybe with this historic event project that we might want to take a group photo.
Oh, I
if-
think
if
that
the CEO
would be
so,
phenomenal. If
yeah,
sales think
so
it's
we'll go
okay.
ahead and with that, I would love to make a motion that we approve this item as recommended by staff. And
I will second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Approve unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very
And if we
much.
could just take that moment and have you guys come up, maybe, I don't know, what were you thinking? But at the podium, right in front of the podium, we'll get a photo of you guys. I might want to jump in. I don't know.
Yeah, it's in your history.
It's literally on our border.
Yeah.
All right. We'll be
Yeah.
cooking. So just come in front of the, come stand here. Yeah. We good? Where are we looking? Okay.
I know.
I think today's gonna be a big photo day, by the way. We were just practicing, warming up. That was a really good idea. Thank you. Okay, so that's item number 27. How are we doing on time? We're doing great on time. That's so, I
we
shouldn't
are.
jinx it, huh? So we're gonna move on to our 10 a.m. time allocation. It's a hearing. Item number 28, Kim.
Item number 28 is the hearing from Department of Transportation recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution for the 2022 traffic impact fee schedule annual update. Supervisor Parlin, could you please open the public hearing?
I open the public hearing.
Good morning. I'm Natalie Porter with the Department of Transportation, and we're here today to talk about our annual update for the traffic impact fee program. And I will introduce to you the person who's going to be taking over the program. His name is Zach Oates. He's our senior civil engineer in our transportation planning group.
All right, thank you, Natalie. Good morning, Chair Parlin, members of the board. As Natalie mentioned, we're here to discuss the annual update to the traffic impact fee program's fee schedule. As required in General Plan Policy TC-XB in Ordinance 5144, the TIF amounts shall be adjusted for inflation no later than the end of the third fiscal quarter of each year in accordance with the percentage change published by Engineering News Records Building Cost Index and with appropriate adjustment for regional and local construction costs as necessary. So with that being said, I'd like to touch on a couple items before we pass it back to the board for questions or public comment. The first is we've added a line item under the intersection and safety improvements tab of the Nexus study for intelligent transportation system elements, ITS elements. And also that we received a letter from the North State BIA the end of last week addressing the increase to the fee this year, resulting mostly from inflation. They had kind of broken their suggestions down into three categories. One being for projects that have been completed with executed reimbursement agreements. They suggested that we not adjust fees, the cost for those projects. That's not currently something we do, and I don't believe Natalie can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I don't believe we've done that in the past either. They also broke projects down into projects kind of within the next 5 years going to construction. Those projects are already with our project managers, the design teams. If they have a developed project cost estimate, the project managers are increasing those cost estimates based on real world costs they've seen in recent projects, bid costs, those kinds of things. And then the third suggestion had to do with projects that are kind of 5 years and out towards the future years. And rather than adjust that based on ENR's building cost index, they suggest that we keep a rolling kind of 10-year historical average of what the increases have been and apply that to those future projects. That's not something that we're allowed to do currently. Per the ordinance, we're required to go off of the change based on ENR's building cost index. So those were the couple things I wanted to mention. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and Natalie can add on to anything that I may have missed.
Good job on this is your first presentation?
It is, yes.
Very good. So are you ready?
I'm
'Cause
ready.
There's buttons lighting up.
Yeah.
Just so you know, be ready. Here we
As ready as
go.
I'm gonna be.
Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you. Thank you. Good presentation.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. I just had a question on that index. If, yeah, you know, it's per our ordinance that we can change, I
Correct.
believe. And I'm just wondering if there's any board feeling about wanting to possibly change that. That's quite a jump, 18%, you know, in
Yeah.
area A. And that's going to have an effect on our developers, for certainly. Nothing we did, but certainly I think this is a good opportunity to take a look at our ordinance and maybe come back with some suggestions on something, as the BIA said, that is kind of a little more rounded.
Sure.
Being that, you know, we're talking about possibly going into recession now, and, you know, there's going to be some up and down, I feel, you know, areas that I just don't want to see us lose the ability to develop areas where we can, that are good use, because of a fee issue there, because this can get quite expensive, obviously. So it just would be something I would suggest as we come back and take a look at that.
Okay.
And then let's see, Supervisor Thomas.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for being with us this morning. And Natalie, it's bittersweet to have you here today. Good comment, Supervisor Novosel. I think, you know, all of us don't like to see up to an 18% increase. We also understand the realities of what we're dealing with. And we've seen the challenges when we don't have our fee structure have equate to the costs of building, and that impacts our ability to maintain and preserve our county. So it's a two-edged sword. I guess my question is, what is the mechanism? Let's say the worst doesn't happen and we don't go into a big recession and costs go down next year. Let's just say it's the best case scenario.
Sure.
Would you come back to the board with a reduction in fees? Is there a mechanism to do that? And what
Yeah,
does that look
absolutely.
like?
Yeah, it's purely based on the relative change in that building cost index year to year. So we looked at, I believe last year when Natalie was here for the annual update in July, it had only been a couple months from when the major update had passed in December of 20, I believe. And so we start the process around March. And so it would have only been a 2 or 3 month inflationary adjustment. It was like 1.5% or something. So they didn't do that last year. So that's a little bit of what we're seeing this year. But you're right. If the costs were to go down when we came back next year, then we could adjust those fees downward based on whatever that building cost index.
So just wanted to clarify for the public that we have a built-in mechanism in place
Yeah.
that would also adjust downward
Yeah.
to be reflective of costs. So, okay.
That was a good clarification.
Yeah, just quick clarification, but if somebody comes in with the project, they're going to be charged those fees that are standing for that year, correct?
They are charged the fees that are in effect when when the building permit is
And
issued
that's
for the
my
project.
concern, is this up and down roller coaster, is there a way to average it
Right.
out? Which I
Exactly.
thought was a good idea, suggestion from the industry, is because that's my concern is, you know, all of a sudden we're gonna have projects gonna be trying to figure out what the fees are gonna be for the next year. If it's better or worse, whatever, because of that bouncing around. So, yeah, just thank you.
Good point.
Something to consider. Yeah. Supervisor Hydal.
So has DOT engaged with BIA to have that deeper discussion about what they're proposing and stuff? And is there some middle ground in some of these things? Because I concur that the longer range averaging can be a benefit. But the difficulty with some of that is if costs go down, then people are saying, well, why didn't I see the reduction in cost? I was waiting to file my building permit when the cost went down. And now you're keeping it higher. I don't understand. This is not fair. So I mean, there's always a con to the pros of doing some of those things. So I think we have to look at it, you know, with discretion and look at it with detail in terms of what does it really mean in any given time frame. Because I do know of developers and individuals who've decided, you know, I better get my building permit now because the fees are going way up, right?
Yeah.
But likewise, when they come down, people who've been thinking about, I'd really like to develop that 5-acre piece I've been hanging on to, the fees are coming down, the interest rates are down, now is the time. But yet if you have that elevated cost, for the fee part of it, then they're compromised. So
Yeah.
there's pros and cons, but have we had that deeper discussion with the BIA and really sorted some of this out?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question. Raphael and I went a couple of weeks ago down to El Dorado Hills and attended their, I believe it was their monthly meeting.
Okay.
With BIA, and they had provided some of these questions ahead of that meeting. So we spoke to those questions, and they did elaborate on them a little bit in their letter that they sent last week. But the general gist of it, I guess, was very similar in that they wanted to explore strategies to prevent these large increases on a year-to-year basis.
So I'm fully supportive of exploring strategies. It just comes down to, is there a recommendation that's going to come back to the board from DOT? Or is it something we need to be looking at in terms of where we think we need to weigh in on it? Because that's
Sure.
the important factor for you guys to work to.
I think as of right now, with the ordinance written the way it is, we're kind of locked into using the building cost index. So I
Right.
believe that direction would have to come from the board to explore a different
You
option.
answered your question. It would be something we'd come back with, they'd explore it and come back. with
Right, come back,
suggestions.
right. But it sounds like we wouldn't necessarily get a firm recommendation. We just get
Some
you know,
ideas.
the
or
critique
concepts.
of it and
Yeah.
pluses and minuses, and then we'd have to make the initial
Right.
move if we wanted to. Is that the way it plays out, Raphael?
So yeah, so let me jump in real quick. As Zach stated, we did meet with them and we had that discussion. And fortunately, I have Natalie, who's been educating me over the course of her years and decades of experience here in El Dorado County. And so she remembers back when we did this, at the time when we set it to the ENR, it was actually the lower of the indicators of the indices. So then that's why we set it. And really it all depends on, at the time, what is the material that is being used. So that at that time, it was steel, which was being much less expensive. And so then that's why the indice was showing a less of an increase. So we could set it to the construction index, but then in a year or two from now, if concrete, asphalt goes up, that indice might actually go up and be the higher one. So I am more than willing to have that discussion as to what they are and if there's maybe some kind of average between the ENR or the construction. And there's several other ones, and there's national ones as well as regional indices that we can use as well. We're more than welcome if we have the direction by the board, if you'd like, within maybe, let's say, the next 6 months, give you a presentation or a workshop as to what the comparison is, and maybe if we can pick a more reasonable indice that is appropriate for our area. I'm more than welcome to share that with the board.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate. That's kind of what I was asking.
Yeah, I do too.
Just an investigation to
Yeah.
see if that would be fair, and if the industry or, again, even the small.
Correct.
That would work for them.
Right. Even though we may not enter into a recession, if inflation rates stay high, but on that border, we're not into a recession, that affects costs in every dimension, the price of oil, the fact that we're not producing oil, all those things, building materials. A lot of the materials we use in construction come from fossil fuels.
Yes.
And so that's going to be one of the major drivers, I think, looking into the future. We have no idea where any of those things are going, right? So, but to smooth the curve out a little bit, I think is highly desirable. But you also have that history where people have not experienced that, and they've really waited to the opportune times to apply for their building permit because they see now is the time to do it if I'm going to make this investment.
That's a
So
good point.
you got to consider both sides of it.
Yeah.
But I would appreciate coming back in
Sure.
some period of time, 6 months or whatever.
The good news is, as Zach mentioned, is that we do this update every year. So
Right.
the following year, if it goes down, well, then we reduce it. And then in the following year, if it goes down again, we reduce it again. So we don't stay stagnant at oh, well, it's this high. Sorry, it is what it is. Wait
Right.
5 years. We update it every year. So
Yeah.
But then it gets, again, the fairness of up and down.
that is
So
true.
That's why it'd be nice to come back and really have.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
I had a thought. I'm thinking back to the affordable housing ordinance and the direction the board took. We directed a task force to work on that, to inform our policies going forward. And the BIA was a part of that. Might this be a discussion in terms of that task force?
Within,
Within that, in terms of fees, or is it better as a standalone? I'm just thinking of efficiencies.
No, It's a great question, Supervisor Thomas. Obviously, mitigation fees and these fees are part of that conversation of
Right.
affordable housing. My inclination is don't include this specific issue in that, because it's more global. It's traffic fees, it's park fees, it's fire fees, it's all those fees. This seems more immediate, impacting potential development and growth, both commercial and residential.
Good point. Okay.
And we have to fund our costs. So related, but I would prefer to keep them separate.
Just had to ask the question.
CEO is correct. This is a mandate by our general plan that we have to be fully funded. And just as a reminder as well, is that we do have the affordable housing set aside as part of our program. So we're setting aside $20 million?
Yes.
$20 million out of our program. So for affordable housing portion of it.
To
So
help with some of these costs
that's
potentially. Yeah. Okay, great.
exactly.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Good questions. I have a really different wonky question probably. The ITS, and I just switched my screen. I lost it on the report. It talked about, oh, right here. So the ITS clearly has benefits because it helps. So what exactly does ITS mean? What is that? Can you help me? Is that just the interchanges?
So it's,
or
no, it's the
signals?
intelligent transportation systems. So the program is going to include upgrades to traffic signal hardware, including CCTV cameras that can be monitored from a traffic operations center.
Okay.
Signal interconnects, so the different intersections are, talking to each other to optimize the flow of traffic, not just through one intersection, but through a segment of roadway.
Okay.
And then I think there's some dynamic changeable message signs that can alert drivers to incidents on local roads or even on Highway 50 and say, you might want to take a different route to get to your destination.
Okay,
So it's kind
because
of
the
a-
reason I'm asking is there a list of those ITS projects somewhere? Because I didn't.
We do. We have an ITS implementation plan that was just finalized a couple months ago that has a list of all the projects.
Okay.
And we can provide that to you.
I would love to have that because, well, we all know Ponderosa Interchange is a nightmare. And I don't know if that'll ever have enough money to get built, but with, the ITS saying it can have a large percentage of improvement, I can't remember what the numbers are here, but maybe that's a cheaper, faster way to get in. Cameron Park Drive interchange, backs up onto Highway 50 all the time. It's very dangerous there. Maybe those could be some faster, cheaper fixes. So yeah, I'd love to see that list. And does the list have timeframes on it either or no?
I believe it does have a list of projects that are more near term.
Okay.
And projects that will be looked at once those initial projects are addressed.
Okay, good. I look forward to seeing
And you're
that.
including dig once on those too, right?
I'm sorry?
Dig once.
Oh.
Dig once, not first.
Conduits?
First.
Oh, actually, as a matter of fact, that is part of the program is installing conduit
Yes.
throughout any corridor that we are constructing ITS
Perfect. Just
That is
implementation.
perfect.
Yes.
You're channeling your supervisor friends and aren't you?
I know. Well,
I love that.
her and I were on
I
the committee.
know. This is awesome. Thank you for
Yeah.
keeping that going. 'cause-
So for clarity, given the Highway 50 Caltrans interface and those
Yes.
kinds of things, do we have a fully active agreement as to how we would work ITS with the other agency to make sure that we're consistent in the applications? Because if we start changing intersections that are away from the highway, that may not necessarily affect an improvement on the Highway 50 egress and ingress situation, because that's more of a Caltrans domain. So do we have the ability to cross over those boundaries and work effectively with Caltrans on this?
Okay, fine. I had to get Nellie back up here. I can't let her go without speaking this one last time.
Natalie Porter with DOT. So we have been working, we've been at multiple meetings with Caltrans on their integrated corridor management strategy for Highway 50.
Okay.
And El Dorado County is unfortunately at their rear end of their phases. We're in phase 3, proposed phase 3 of their project. And I think they just got initial funding for the first phase, which includes through Rancho Cordova and part of Folsom. So not too far from where we're at. And we've everybody sort of agrees to use the same kind of equipment that talks to each other.
Okay.
So SACOG also helped us prepare a ITS program for El Dorado County that is that's coordinated with the regional, because they want everybody on the same page, so that there's potentially a big operational center regionally that SACOG would potentially run. They still haven't gotten funding for that, but that's kind of the big hope, that eventually everybody's equipment will be talking to each other. So they have Caltrans has some protocol of what they want to use for their integrated corridor management system. So as long as we're consistent with that and it talks to each other, I don't think anybody would have
So it doesn't take a formal agreement. We have basically a good foundation.
Yes.
And we understand their program and it blends with ours.
Right. And we have talked to their staff with their project that's doing fiber all the way up through Silver Valley. And they have verbally told us that they will leave, conduit for us to tie into their
Excellent.
system.
Okay,
That's
great
really
coordination.
awesome.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. And that actually having them all talk to each other regionally could help in a potential evacuation or something. That's really important.
And
So
it
that's
also
good to
kind
hear.
of ties into the VMT reduction
Sure.
strategies.
Oh,
as
that's a
well.
good point. Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. So should we go ahead and get some public comment then? Ready for that, Zach?
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Also a member of SAGE, surveyors, architects, geologists, and engineers. I thought as I was sitting back there, we were talking about different ways to get the word out and making sure that comments that like Supervisor Novosel had said, that's happening. SAGE would be an organization that I think would be a good one to be able to dialogue somewhat as important as BIA. SAGE would certainly, that we were discussing in our last meeting, what are the things that we could be working on? Since we're meeting in person again, COVID has allowed us to be able to do that. I know county has been there on numerous occasions. You have a number of county employees that are participating in SAGE. So I wanted to emphasize that. Zach, nice job. It's tough taking her place. I've known her for all these years, in numerous times. But she's going to love, I'm sure, being a grandma, and she is a grandma, but she's going to have more time now to be able to do things. But I did want to get back to ITS. I recall that we had a discussion about the signals on Missouri Flat at Enterprise and Industrial. And as we know, there's a project right now to underground there. Conduits are being put in every day. The project's been working for over a year in terms of getting to see what they're doing. It's going to be nice when there isn't any overhead anymore, because once they're done, they'll have that. It'll be so from a view shed perspective, it'll be very, very nice. So ITS though is critically important when you have short separation between intersections, important intersections. ITS can really assist in that regard. So it's more of what we ought to be planning and working on is now this ITS emphasis that the department's had over the last 5 to 10 years. Finally, related to the ups and downs of fees, I think it's not the first time that the board has had to deal with this subject. The sensitivity that you have to it, I think that's what's important today. And you are sensitive to it and want to make sure if there's any smoothing that can happen for positive reasons, that if we have an opportunity to do that, let's do it, rather than ignoring the fact that up and down is not good for consistency and also for people deciding what they want to do with the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning again. I would like to wish Natalie congratulations on retiring many lifetimes ago. She and I served together on the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And anyway, I wish you well. I liked Wendy's comments about it being a double-edged sword. There are two parts to consider, and I know you very well know that. And the up and down is an issue. And Chris's comment, I like the idea about smoothing it out. Because as a member of the committee that had put Measure Y on the ballot many years ago, I want to remind you that it's not just what the BIA or SAGE would like to see. The general public believes that new development needs to pay its way. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing. Does the board have any further questions or comments? No? Anyone move this item?
I'll make a motion to approve this item and also include a recommendation for transportation to come back within 6 months with ideas of possible ordinance changes.
Yeah, is that the
the
best
way
way to
to-
word that?
Okay, you understand.
Okay,
Okay.
there you go. That worked.
I'll second.
Very good. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you so much for the
Thank you.
presentation
Thanks, Rafael.
information.
Congratulations,
Okay.
Natalie.
I know, right?
I'm right behind you, remember?
Seems like there's a lot of that going on right
I
now.
know. Who's counting days? So.
All right, so our next item is at 11. So we have some time before that, but we do have some closed session items we can take care of. So let's see, here we go. The board will now recess into closed session to hear items 33 through 35 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Now taking public comment on closed session items 33 through 35. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate the desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, very good. We'll go into closed session and be back as close as possible to 11 a.m. Thank you. All right, welcome everyone. We're running a little bit late. We had a great closed session item that we were talking about, and we're back on track for item number 29. You are so correct. Thank you for that reminder. County Council, do we have anything to report out from closed session?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board heard item 35. There's no action to report out.
There you go. Thank you.
Item number 29 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, Emergency Medical Services and Emergency Preparedness and Response Division, recommending the board consider the following. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 15, 2022 through May 21, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week. And 2, receive a presentation by the El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority and the California Tahoe Emergency Services Operation Authority.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Michelle Patterson. I'm the EMS agency administrator. Today, I'm joined here by Dr. David Duncan. He's our EMS agency medical director, and by members of the EMS system here in El Dorado County to recognize this week as Emergency Medical Services Week. So as Kim mentioned, I do have a proclamation that I'd like to read, if that's okay with you, and then they'll go ahead and give their presentations. Whereas since the creation of the California Emergency Services System and the Pre-Hospital Emergency Medical Care Personnel Act of 1980, the Emergency Medical Services Authority has existed to provide leadership in the development and implementation of the EMS system in California. Whereas an emergency medical services system provides an integrated and coordinated system to provide optimal care from emergency medical response to definitive care for all ill and injured individuals. And whereas an emergency team is comprised of law enforcement, dispatch, fire, rescue, ambulance services, hospital facilities, and medical personnel, many of whom are unpaid volunteers who devote their lives to saving the lives of others. And whereas these teams, including emergency medical technicians, paramedics, nurses, physicians, administrators, and health educators, are working together to continuously improve skills. And whereas on a daily basis, emergency medical personnel, including physicians and mobile intensive care nurses, play a central role in providing online medical control to pre-hospital providers and provide and/or assist definitive emergency medical treatment. And whereas the County of El Dorado Emergency Medical Services Agency is effective in reaching its mission of reducing morbidity and mortality by the integration and coordination of emergency and disaster medical care throughout the county. And whereas Emergency Medical Services Week seeks to bring together the El Dorado County community, medical and pre-hospital medical personnel to publicize safety and honor the dedication of those who provide the day-to-day life-saving services of medicine's first line. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby proclaim May 15th through May 21st, 2022 as Emergency Medical Services Week. So with that, I'd like to ask Director Veerkamp and Deputy Director Jorgensen to come and present on behalf of the West Slope JPA.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michelle. Brian Veerkamp, Director for El Dorado County Emergency Services Authority, and Christy Jorgensen, the Deputy Director. Good morning, Board. Good morning, Don and David. Good to see you again. Don, I saw you this morning. You snuck by up on the Mosquito Road there. But it gives us great pleasure today, and thanks for taking the time to recognize some, I'm going to call them heroic efforts. As you know, it's near and dear to my heart, having spent all the time in emergency services myself. So we get a chance to recognize these folks, and I appreciate the county as well giving us this opportunity, and an early congratulations to Cal Tahoe JPA as well. They will be up here in just a few minutes. So without any further ado, we'll move on into some incidents that occurred this year that we want to highlight, and the individuals that made those incidents work out very well for our residents. So we really are congratulatory to them. So we'll start off with recognizing Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire Protection District, paramedic Bo Mollett and firefighter EMT Christian Balderson. I don't believe they're here, but Leah's gonna accept all the awards for the department. Pardon us on people not being here today, staffing shortages and everything else going on. COVID's still running around out there, so it's taken its toll on everybody. But these two gentlemen, again, for exceptional patient care, despite multiple non-system barriers, including extended travel time, arrhythmias requiring defibrillation and emergent intubation, they are able to modify or notify UC Davis Med Center of a STEMI, and I hate acronyms, and I'll make sure we point that out, but it's the ST stands for a wave change of the heart, of the electrical pattern in the heart, and an elevated myocardial infarction or a darn bad heart attack. That's probably the simplest thing we can say. But for those guys that understand a lot better than I do, they recognized that, got the activation of the system, and resulted in positive patient outcome. So Lee, if you come up, we'll give you a couple of those, please. And again, that's paramedic Bo Millette and firefighter EMT Christian Balderson. Yeah, he'd probably be back here soon. All right, and would like to recognize CAL FIRE AEU, Amador El Dorado ECC Emergency Command Center dispatcher Captain Robbie Barnes, and Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire Protection District Engineer Paramedic Jordan Herr, and firefighter EMT Alexander Vretos for exceptional patient care. Captain Barnes provided CPR instructions over the phone to a family of a man who was choking, collapsed, and went unresponsive. When the medic crew arrived, they took over performing CPR, removed the obstructions from the patient's airway, and obtained a pulse and breathing from the patient, ultimately resulting in the patient being discharged from the hospital the next day. Leah, come on back.
We've got a good group.
And we're not done yet, but anyway. And again, would like to recognize Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire Protection District Paramedic Jordan Herr and EMT Kyle Morris for exceptional patient care. The CAL FIRE AEU ECC dispatcher requested air ambulance response within minutes of receiving the 911 call for an unconscious and unresponsive young pregnant female. The patient received bystander CPR until the medic crew arrived. Engineer paramedic Herr and engineer EMT Morris identified the patient had a pulse, transported her to the air transport crew for further treatment and a positive outcome at the hospital. So, yeah, come on back.
If you don't mind, I just like to say, so these folks are recognized, but this is engine company. It's a whole crew that makes these things happen, and they've done outstanding work. So thank you for recognizing our folks.
Thank you, Leah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, would like to recognize El Dorado Hills Fire Department paramedic Greg Hartman for exceptional patient care. Firefighter paramedic Hartman was the lead on an incident where a female patient suffered from a significant fall down some stairs and had lost approximately 3 liters of blood. Due to the quick response, approximately 2 minutes, and efficient actions, the patient was taken to Sutter Roseville for definitive care. The patient had to have her spleen removed and is recovering nicely. So we don't have anybody from there today, but we'll make sure to hand that to El Dorado Hills Fire. The next one is to recognize El Dorado County Fire Protection District paramedic Nick Thomas for his continued work with continuous quality improvement program and Image Trend, which is our electronic billing vendor. And Nick does an outstanding job there and is very well represents the district as well as the county in that process. So we'll make sure that goes to him. Oh, I didn't miss one. Sorry. Thank you. That's why I have help. Trust me. Our next recognition is to El Dorado Hills firefighter paramedic Kyle Lewis for exceptional patient care. Firefighter paramedic Lewis was team lead for a patient who had suffered a sudden cardiac arrest event while out on a walk. Bystander CPR was initiated and provided the patient with initial care. Firefighter paramedic Lewis team provided high quality care in an efficient and compassionate way, ultimately leading to a positive outcome for the patient, who ultimately survived and has a good outlook on life today. So we thank El Dorado Hills for that as well. Next, would like to recognize from El Dorado County Fire Protection District firefighter paramedic Derek Duncan for his continued work as the Emergency Medical Service Supply Coordinator for El Dorado County Fire, their field training officer, and new paramedics on their SWAT program, Special Weapons and Tactics program. So Derek, El Dorado County Fire, again, is not here either, but we like to congratulate. Another El Dorado County fire engineer paramedic Zach Idlings, again, for his work on the SWAT medic, which is again great assistance to our sheriff's department. So Zach and El Dorado County Fire. And finally, for El Dorado County Fire, I believe Captain Paramedic Josh Pagansky for continuing to provide in-house CPR instruction to personnel as well as, I believe, the lay public. So we appreciate Jacob's hard work with that, and El Dorado County Fire as well. Oh, I do have one more from El Dorado County Fire. Todd Pennington for his continued dedication and professionalism as a paramedic serving our communities for many, many years. Todd, we thank you for that, and as well as El Dorado County Fire. And then finally, recognize Georgetown Fire Department firefighter paramedic AJ Belchler for exceptional patient care. Firefighter paramedic Belchler was team lead for a non-recent fall. It may sound sort of funny, but hang with me. Once on scene, firefighter paramedic Belchler recognized that this was a high acuity, low occurrence type of incident, a patient who met the criteria for crush injury protocol, which means that prior call, they probably were down for quite some time and had issues related to that instead of just assuming they just had fallen. This type of incident can rapidly become fatal for the patient if not recognized prior to any movement of the patient. Patient interventions were made with decisiveness and by firefighter paramedic Belchler. The patient was transported to Sutter Roseville and the trauma team was activated. Firefighter paramedic Belchler's field care decisions were critical in saving this patient's life. So as you can see, your people are out there doing great work, and we've got plenty to do. They've been there day in and day out, obviously through COVID. If COVID again continues, and I know they will continue to be there providing the great service to our folks out there that obviously need it. So we thank you again for this opportunity. We thank all of our first responders. Marshall Hospital as well is hosting EMS week up there, and they've got a food truck up there today from 4 to 9. So if I know you're probably done about maybe dinner time.
Might make it.
Food truck. That was sponsored by Gilmore Foundation. So we've involved the community as well into some of this EMS week activity. And it's just a great opportunity to recognize our first responders that go out above and beyond to provide the service for our folks out there. So thank you again for this opportunity, and we will let you get back to it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and then now I'd like to introduce, I think Amy will be speaking on behalf of the Cal Tahoe JPA. She might need a minute though.
Good morning, board. I appreciate you guys recognizing this week. This is the 6th year that the Cal Tahoe JPA has been able to come up and recognize that portion of the agencies that represent the South Lake Tahoe area. Amy's our operations manager, and during the Caldor fire, we were able to recognize internally within a meeting several of our staff members. We were able to go from staffing 2 ambulances to 5 ambulances during that entire event, one of which was sent this way early on to assist, and those will be the people that are recognizing today.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming to help recognize the JPA's paramedics and EMTs. While we have some really impressive employees who do impressive EMT and paramedic related responsibilities every day, we've chosen 2 specifically to recognize today. Starting on August 17th, we sent them on a strike team to support the West Slope during the early days of the Caldor fire. From August 17th to August 28th, we directly supported the Caldor fire with a strike team staffed by Fallon Kirby and Melissa Slager, both who have been able to join us today. During this time, we still maintained 4 medic units for our service area, which also required many of our other employees to work extra shifts, overtime, along with calling on many of our per diem employees who were equally as important in making us able to provide this strike team. Like most people employed through the Caldor event, these employees were also impacted by evacuations, but continue to provide excellent service and patient care. Melissa Slager is one of our newest EMTs, having just completed her first year full-time with us. She lives on the West Slope, so when her community was threatened and the West Slope asked for a strike team, she volunteered quickly to go, putting in over 320 hours, over 200 hours of which were overtime, working 12 days straight and a total of 14 days work during the Caldor fire event.
Fallon Kirby is one of our most senior paramedics, having just celebrated 5 years with us, who also commutes to us from the West Slope. She was also the first to volunteer for the strike team, even though she was already on shift at that time. So with little warning, dropped everything to support, putting in almost 320 hours, over 200 hours of which were overtime, working 13 days straight and a total of 16 days during the event. As you've seen, those recognized today are one of our most junior members and one of our most senior members, which I think really speaks to the work ethic, dedication, and commitment to community our team has. So on behalf of the JPA and the community, I want to thank you for your service, both personally and professionally. It definitely hasn't gone unnoticed, and we appreciate all that you have done. Thank you, and thank you for recognizing them.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that.
So that concludes the formal part of our presentation today. So if there's any questions or
Questions or comments from the board?
No, I just want to
members?
thank everybody for their service and say, this is a wonderful time to be able to acknowledge a couple people and what they've done. But as a whole, I want to say thank you to everybody, all you first responders out there. It's just been, we're so blessed in this county to have, great work environment and great workers. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, I would just like to thank everyone and recognize that there is a difficulty going on right now with recruitment. And so I would encourage people who have students in high school or approaching that to encourage the youth to consider some kind of a position within our emergency medical services type of operations, whether that's an EMT, a paramedic, a firefighter, whatever. We definitely need public safety people to enter into that employment. We're shorthanded right now, which means a lot of people are working overtime and to try to fill those voids and stuff, but encourage our youth, please, to take an interest in looking at this as a vocational opportunity, because I think we have good ROP programs and those kinds of things in the high school, but sometimes a little bit of encouragement will get a youth to take a look at something, do a ride along, whatever, and decide this is what they want to do for an occupation, at least to start out with. And so that's to be encouraged, and thank you all for your support.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for all your support. You guys have done a great job and stuff. And they do have, John, they do have an ROP program.
They do.
Firefighter class that they put on. So I just want to thank you for everything you've done, especially me being a volunteer for El Dorado and Diamond Springs Fire Department in the late 70s, early 80s. And I know what a lot of you have gone through, and so I really commend you for all your hard work. Thank you.
Very good. And this is an action item and on the proclamation. So I would like to take public comment now, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 29. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining the meeting by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
So is there anyone in the room that want to make a comment on this? I just want to make sure, because once we go to Zoom, we don't come back. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Cochon, currently a resident of Shingle Springs and moving up to Pollock Pines. I think it's wonderful, the recognition that you're extending to our EMTs. I hope that you do a study in terms of retention and salary. It can be very difficult to hold good employees. I knew, so I don't know if it's accurate, but some people have stated to me that El Dorado County is sort of a training county. By that, I mean they produce excellent folks, but the salary is not competitive with the cost of living, so people move on. Personally, I experienced EMT services when my daughter, who is a firm believer in non-intervention in terms of medical practice, had a crisis in her home birth. And anybody who knows that world knows that it can take a lot of finesse with people who don't want to accept Western Medical Care, and the personnel were incredible in terms of support and providing her what she needed. So she managed her crisis in a way that all of us who were so concerned were very, very grateful for. I'm looking at the website and am pleased with the comments about the excellence in leadership, how they try to maintain life-work balance, and all this overtime obviously can make that an enormous challenge, and also their commitments to equity and fairness and a professional attitude that criticisms are a challenge for improvement and innovation. I also want to state that I myself made a mistake in a construction project and a kickback and needed EMT services, but in San Diego County, and was very disappointed, since I grew up there, that they had privatized large aspects. And those of you who know me know I'm chatty. So as I was being transported to the hospital, where they saved my arm, thankfully, they were very disillusioned employees working for a corporation. So I phoned and found out that everybody here, 911, is a public servant. That is enormously wonderful.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board for final comments.
All right.
Supervisor Thomas.
Thank you so much. First of all, would like to thank or congratulate all of those that were recognized today, recognizing that it does take a team to serve a community, and that everyone is a valuable part of that. I'd also like to thank all of you that have chosen to dedicate your careers to serving our community through our emergency medical services. Just want to thank you for dedicating your careers to El Dorado County. It really matters. And that when our community is in crisis, the folks that are showing up are deeply connected to our community, and that translates to excellent care. And so we value you, you very much matter, and we all congratulate and recognize all of you for serving our community. We're deeply appreciative.
Well said. With that, I would like to move this item for approval. Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. It was approved unanimously. And again, thank you for your service. You guys change lives. Thank you. Okay, I think, are some folks going to want to leave the room really quick before we move to our next item? I want to just give a moment because it gets kind of noisy. Shuffling people around. Thank you again. Okay, I think we're in good shape here. So we'll move on to, we're not running too late. Item number 30, please, Kim.
Item number 30 comes from Health and Human Services Agency on behalf of the El Dorado County Commission on Aging, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing May 2022 as Older Americans Month in El Dorado County, 2, present a certificate to each Senior of the Year nominee, and 3, announce the 2022 County of El Dorado Senior of the Year.
Good morning.
It is.
Rich Todd, HHSA Community Services, Older Adults. I'm the program manager there. Thank you very much for bringing this item for the board. I'd like to present the proclamation for older adults. So proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado, recognizing May 2022 as Older Americans Month in the County of El Dorado. This year's motto is, or theme, age my way. So whereas the County of El Dorado includes a growing number of older Americans who contribute their strength, wisdom, and experience to our community. And whereas the communities benefit when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are welcomed, included, and supported. And
Whereas County of El Dorado recognizes our need to create a community that provides the services and supports older Americans' need to thrive and live independently for as long as possible. And whereas County of El Dorado can work to build an even better community for our older residents by planning programs that encourage independence, ensuring activities and responsive to individuals' needs and preferences, and increasing access to services that support aging in place. Now, therefore, the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado do hereby proclaim May 2022 to be Older Americans Month. The Board of Supervisors urges every resident to recognize the contributions of our older citizens, help to create an inclusive society, and join efforts to support older Americans' choices about how they age in their communities. So with that, passed to the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado as a regular meeting of the said board held the 17th day of May, 2022 by the following vote of said board.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And
with that, I would like to move on. I would like to introduce the Chair of the Commission on Aging, Elizabeth Powell, who will be presenting the Senior of the Year item. Elizabeth?
Who's your helper?
Good morning, members of the board,
Morning.
distinguished nominee, and guests. The 2022 awards for seniors who have been outstanding volunteers in the community have been expanded to include 3 categories this year, reflecting the unusual times that we have all been through. Therefore, this year's awards include, first, the Community Strength Award, which is being presented to a nominee who is being acknowledged for their unwavering volunteer contributions, focusing on emergency events such as COVID, the Caldor fire, and weather-related events. The second one is the Lifetime Volunteerism Award. This award is being presented to a nominee who is being acknowledged for volunteer contributions made throughout their lifetime. And the Senior of the Year 2022. Sorry. I'm so proud of these people. This prestigious award is being presented to a nominee who is being acknowledged for their outstanding commitment and dedication to volunteerism during the last 2 years. The 3 members of the El Dorado County Commission on Aging who served as this year's selection committee are former U.S. Army artillery officer, businessman, and longtime supporter of seniors in El Dorado County, and he is the current vice chair of the Commission on Aging, Steve Shervey. Doctor of Philosophy and philanthropist, Connell Persico, and California's senior legislator and El Dorado County representative to the AAA Council of California, Tita Bladen. Now, our nominees. It is my honor to introduce all nominees for this year's awards. As I read your name, please come forward to receive your certificate and be recognized for your outstanding service. And then please return to your seats. Marilyn and Doug Wright, who were nominated by the El Dorado Hills Community Service District. Norma Echebani. Nominated by the El Dorado County Senior Nutrition Program and the AARP Tax Program. Nominated by the El Dorado County Senior Nutrition Program, Wynema Conley. Nominated by the Placerville Shakespeare Club and the Sierra Wildlife Rescue Organization, Bob and Peg Campbell. Nominated, yes. Nominated by the Motherlode Rehabilitation Enterprises Incorporated, otherwise known as MORE, Arlene Dobelair. Nominated for his work at the Upper Room Dining Hall, Joe Tamarin. Nominated for her work with homeless children in El Dorado County, Margaret Klein. Nominated by the El Dorado County Sheriff's Team of Active Retirees Program, Marvin and Beverly Law.
Here, I got you.
Oh, we got one right here.
Welcome.
Sorry.
And keep it here.
Nominated by Housing El Dorado and the Nomadic Shelter, Don and Peg Vandekar.
Congratulations.
Nominated by the Philanthropic Education Organization and the Food Bank of El Dorado County, Sue Cook. We have three more nominees who could not be with us today. They are Glenda Hammonds, who was nominated by the El Dorado County Widowed Persons Club. Norma Wilson, who was nominated by Marshall Hospital. And Lois Jordan, who was nominated by the Animal Outreach of the Motherlode. Thank you. Thank you all for your outstanding work that benefits our community. And now, the Chair of the Board of Supervisors, Lori Parlin, will now announce the recipients in the three award categories.
So Liz and I thought we had it figured out how we were going to do this, and we're figuring it out here. It's all good. This is so exciting, and I feel really privileged to be a part of this. It feels like we're doing, what is it, the Emmys or the Grammys or whatever. So, yeah, very good. So for Community Strength Award.
Drumbeat, drumbeat.
Oh my gosh, it's folded and everything. A dedicated volunteer to the Senior Nutrition Program, AARP Tax Aid, and Friends of Seniors, she has selflessly given her time and energy to support community seniors. In these last 2 years, she took lead on drive-through takeout meal program, the grocery box giveaway program, and provided most of the administrative support to the senior nutrition program. During this time, she volunteered approximately 40 to 60 hours a week. Her friends call her humble, caring, and a true asset to the community. Norma Is it? Echabarney. Did you guys see that award? It's lovely.
Nice.
Yes, look at that. Did everybody get enough photos before she sat down too? I want to make sure. Okay, good. Photos are important. So this is for Lifetime Volunteerism Award. Volunteers in our community for over 30 years, this couple is no stranger to helping others. They dedicate much of their free time to helping the homeless in our community. They both have committed themselves generously to organizations such as the Nomadic Homeless Shelter, CASA, Federated Church of Placerville, New Morning Youth and Family Services, and Housing El Dorado. Doug, Don, and Peg Vanderkar. Make sure, Don, you guys, I want to get a nice photo of you guys. There you go. Very good. Okay, last one. 2022 Senior of the Year Award. A resident of El Dorado County for over 18 years, she has volunteered most of her time helping homeless children in our community. One of her many accomplishments includes creating food pantries at local schools so that children arriving hungry or need to take food home always have healthy food available. She is also credited for providing a traveling trunk to local schools filled with toys, games, and books about the Revolutionary War. Margaret Klein. Very You're so funny. Okay, we'll go back and finish up. You gotta finish the official business, right?
Yeah, gotta do that. Okay, so, oh yes. So please join us downstairs. Oops. Please join us downstairs in the Human Services Conference Room for a reception to honor all of the nominees. Once we have gathered there, we will acquaint you with the biographies of all the nominees, not just the three we've heard today. And I'm going to ask my commission members who are here in force to help herd people downstairs. Thank you. Is there any?
I have to do our official end of
Okay.
it, so you can take a moment to.
Yeah.
Good
job, Elizabeth.
Liz did a great job. She was
There you
very
go.
nervous and very excited. So I really appreciate you taking this on, Liz. It was fabulous. So this is an action item because there was a proclamation for us to adopt. I'm thinking maybe the board might want to hold their comments until after public comment. That way we can have a strong finish
right.
here. I think that'd be very nice. So Kim, can we have public comment, please?
Of course. Now taking public comment on item number 30, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Any public comment from the room? No? Okay. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
This is an older American, Leo Bennett Cochon. You have a very challenging job, and I think this is one of the perks is when you get to do these recognitions. So thank you for how well you handle it. I know that we go through name changes for a variety of reasons. Not quite sure why I'm an older American. I always looked forward to being a senior American. So I'm glad that you're having senior awards. And kudos to all of those that got it. And the nominees. I looked at the demographics, and folks like me seem to be coming up here. I came to join my wife, who wanted to be nearer her family on her cancer journey. And the census data indicates that people making this choice increased 64% from 2010 to 2020, which makes my cohort 0.4% lower than the next largest cohort, which is all you youngsters that are 50 to 64. So together we make up quite a considerable cohort because again, the 65 plus is 5.8% to an unfortunately declining population of the 35 to 49-year-olds, which could reflect the cost of living and other aspects. So I know you're addressing that, but I think one way to honor the seniors among you is to make sure we have an inclusive community that we don't just turn into a retirement type county. I also want to point out that seniors rely on many of the services of your wonderful departments, but your county employee ratio to 1,000 is second to last. I am not yet in the demographic of a senior that needs support. I was uncomfortable with age my way. It reminded me of Burger King, sorry. But when I looked it up and saw that it's about older adults aging in their communities, living independently as long as possible, and participating in ways and they choose, that I enjoyed. And I'm honored as the eldest to have done in-home caretaking so that both my maternal grandmother and my mother died in their homes, which is quite a gift. So again, thank you for this recognition and the continued work you're doing for these important employees and volunteers. Thanks for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon. I am thrilled at how this procedure is going today. The fact that you chose 3 winners from all of those wonderful candidates, and congratulations to everyone who was nominated. And the fact that you had this presentation not at 9 in the morning the way it used to be, but at a very special time when the people could really be recognized. So congratulations to the Commission on Aging for doing it this way. And congratulations to all the candidates and to the 3 winners. Everyone's a winner. And I would like to especially congratulate Norma Etchebarn because she is so humble. I am chair of Friends of Seniors. Norma is our treasurer. I live up the street from the senior center. I know how much time she spends there every day. And not only that, but she also is a volunteer for Images of Hope. So anyway, a very deserving person. I know they all are. I just happen to personally know more about Norma than the other candidates and the other ones that were chosen to receive their awards. So congratulations, everyone.
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, with that, I'm going to bring it back to the board. Do the board have any questions or comments?
Just a comment, start down here.
Go for it.
Well, congratulations to all the nominees and the 3 winners. As an older American, I can say, this is something I'm looking forward to, is being able to spend time next year, volunteering, doing my job of volunteering, because I think that's the best thing you can do. And it's the most rewarding, not just for our community, but for yourselves. And so I really appreciate all the time you've all put in, the dedication. In particular, the Commission on Aging, it does a great job for our county too. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Supervisor Heidel?
Yeah, just appreciation for all of the hard work that the Commission on Aging puts into this effort, the outreach programs, the communication programs. You guys are doing an outstanding job in every capacity. It's much appreciated. I hear a lot of comment from members in our community of how appreciative they are of knowing those services are available. The Senior Times helps advertise those kinds of things and gets it out to people. And I think that's a very important part of what the commission supports and the county supports is making sure that all avenues of communication are offered to seniors. Not everybody is a social media person or gets online or takes email. So we really need to stress all avenues of communication with our older Americans. And I think we're doing a great job of it. You can always do a little better, which is what the outreach programs are all about. So keep up the good work there. But I think just an outstanding job by everyone. So thank you.
The amount of wisdom, of dedication, of perseverance, of courage, of strength, and of love that is palpable in this room and with all of our volunteers just is such a blessing in our community. You are valued, your work matters, you make a difference in our community. And just take my hats off to each and every one of you who give of your time and your talents to make other people's lives just a little bit better. I can think of no greater gift. And with my fellow supervisors, the Commission on Aging is just an exemplary model of the great work that our boards and commissions do. And you're just exceptional and you're very much appreciated. And congratulations to all of our winners today. Keep up the good work. We need you.
You know, I want to reach out, you know, I'm kind of a senior now too. So anyway, well, I gotta say. So anyway, just thank you for everything you do. You know, you put in a lot of volunteer work. It's very exceptional, you know, that what you guys do and just amount of hours that you put in and dedicated to our seniors and to the whole community and even, you know, to our county. So thank you very much for all your hard work.
And just, I think I've said enough, but just deep appreciation. Community is all about what you do and caring for one another. And that's what makes El Dorado County so strong. We've said that over and over with each and every crisis that we've dealt with the past couple of years. So thank you all for all your energy and time taking care of our communities. And with that, does anyone want to make a motion to approve this item?
I'll make a motion that we approve this item.
Second.
Okay,
sorry.
good.
Okay, we
No,
have
that's
a
okay.
motion in a second. Yeah, there you are, our senior.
Hey, we're America.
We're all seniors
Our
here.
most senior, maybe? I don't know. We're not going to go there. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion is approved unanimously. And with that, I need to announce that the board will be taking a break. We'll be back before 1 to participate in the reception taking place down in conference room D. And just a reminder to board members to refrain from discussing county business with other board members at the reception. So thank you all very much. We'll see you downstairs. Okay, it's 1 o'clock and we are back from our recess and lunch, and it is time for open forum.
Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Oops, sorry about that.
Oh, there's two. Sorry.
Let's go ahead and get started, Kim.
I've got the timer going.
Okay.
All right, good afternoon. Title 9 of the County Ordinance Code is titled Public Peace, Morals, and Welfare. Section 9.02.010 states that the enforcement of this code throughout the county is an important public service, and enforcement of the code is vital to the protection of the public's health, safety, and quality of life. It also states that the procedures established in that chapter shall be in addition to any other civil or legal remedy established by law. Section 9.04.010 states it is unlawful for any person to knowingly falsify or conceal any fact or make any false or fraudulent statement or misrepresentation in any matter or proceeding within the jurisdiction of any department or agency of the county. That encompasses your appointment of commissioners and any appearances they make before you as they serve under your sole pleasure by authority of Section 2.20.010. Section 9.04.030 states any person violating any of the provisions of this chapter shall be deemed guilty of a misdemeanor and upon conviction shall be punishable according to the general penalties described in Chapter 1.24. And subdivision C of that chapter states that a misdemeanor violation of county ordinances shall, meaning it's mandatory, be punishable by imprisonment in the county jail not exceeding 6 months or by a fine not exceeding $1,000 or by both. Last week, sheriff's deputies, who are again here today, were called in when I was confronted by Aaron Bate and members of the Proud Boys in your chamber. The responding deputies told me that they were dispatched to quote unquote, keep the peace inside the chamber. Two of the persons harassing me were the undisclosed extremist friends of Commissioner Grimaldi. They are Proud Boys Jonathan Ludwig and Jeff Copley, who I have documented for you, and they have ties to Grimaldi that she concealed from you. She also misled you by stating that Aaron Bate was simply her recall Newsom captain, but he's much, much more than that. Grimaldi's other violations of Section 9.04.1010 are her false criminal accusations against me, as I submitted to you formally last week. In my view, by the plain language of your ordinances and the unrefuted public record that I've submitted to you, Grimaldi should be deemed guilty of multiple ordinance violations through her false statements, misleading information, and material, concealment. Therefore, you should put this matter on the record, find her guilty of each violation, and impose the mandatory fines and jail terms prescribed by your ordinance. The public has a right to address you in safety without harassment or intimidation. I'm not intimidated by those who try to stop me, but others are because they've witnessed what I've gone through and your lack of response to it. You warned Grimaldi that she's a reflection on the board. Now I request that you hold her accountable for abusing that trust. Thank you.
Any further comments in the room?
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. The Constitution is one of the founding documents of this nation and enshrines underlying religious and personal freedoms based on 20 centuries of Christian thought and the principles of biblical natural law. Last June, I submitted into the public record an affidavit addressed to Todd White describing how he violated his oath of office and my First Amendment rights. Apparently, the county condones Todd's actions because HR hasn't taken any disciplinary action against him. His conduct conduct is worse than ever, necessitating another notarized affidavit be submitted into the public record today. You are aware that on March 7th, Todd approached and began spewing vulgar accusations and profanities at me while I was addressing Supervisor George Turnbull during the May 9th taxpayers meeting and in the presence of Supervisor Lori Parlin and Planning Commissioners Chris Payne and Andy Nevis. I approached Todd again concerning his refusal to provide me benefits of membership and other public services, but he turned his back and refused to talk to me. Todd's actions are an abysmal disgrace to El Dorado County, the Boys and Girls Club, the Taxpayers Association, the Republican Central Committee, and especially Park Community Church, where Todd claims to be a deacon. It has also been reported to me that Todd has blocked my emails. Then there is the matter of Todd's repeated violation of EDC Code of Ethics and discriminatory actions against me, a retired, law-abiding, third-generation evangelical. For example, quote, "They shall uphold and adhere to the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of California, the El Dorado County Charter, as well as all county rules, regulations, and policies, and shall carry out impartially the laws of the nation, state, and county. All county officers and employees must demonstrate the highest standards of morality and ethics consistent with the requirements of their positions and consistent with the law. Treat all individuals encountered in the performance of your duties in a respectful, courteous, and professional manner. Cause for discipline includes use of disrespectful and devaluating language. On-duty or off-duty conduct that tends to bring the county into county service into disrepute or is a direct hindrance to the effective performance of county functions. Discourteous treatment of the public, unlawful harassment, unlawful discrimination, or retaliation against anyone using county services. The county has a zero tolerance for any conduct that violates this policy. The county encourages all members of the public to report any conduct that they believe violates this policy as soon as possible. Therefore, any violation of this policy may lead to disciplinary action up to and including termination from county employment. This applies to Lori Parlin, as well as the rest of you as well. Madam Clerk, please enter these documents into the public record.
Thank you, Melanie.
Any additional public comment from the boardroom?
Hello, my name is Andrew Irby. I'm from El Dorado Hills, and I just wanted to stand in support of the comments made by Joseph Connolly. I find it extremely troubling that we continue to see these nominations and appointments to the commissions with the extremist ties that Joe has been so thoughtful to dig up and expose to you. So I would just ask that in the future you do a better job of vetting your nominations, and when you are presented with evidence that shows that these people are not fit to be representing our county, that you take action and remove them from those positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew.
No additional public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Not taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. This is Ken Greenwood from the fabled Triple Junction, somewhere out there along Sly Park Road. Anyway, I'd like to call your attention to, I mentioned it last week, and here's a solution. Here's the question, WTF? The answer is, let's do a moratorium on any further approval of wireless telecommunication facilities until we have an ordinance in place. We will continue to violate people's property rights until we have an adequate ordinance that looks at good, viable, or not so viable alternatives. And setbacks, et cetera, which are the number one issue really here is it looming over my backyard, so to speak?
moving on. Looks like we got some hot weather ahead. Looks like they've called burning in Tuolumne and Calaveras County. It also looks like one of my clients that I was going to run some chainsaw work for was looking into the chipping program, and apparently we're out of money. Perhaps we could get our good friend Gavin Newsom to put some money in the budget revise to actually do some good instead of all the other silly things that are being proposed. Anyway, additionally and specifically, I would encourage the board to adopt an ordinance to ask and to demand, honestly, that the local ranger district for CAL FIRE, El Dorado specifically, be very transparent about their specifications for calling burning and such like that. It was raining last week. It snowed at my house, etc. We need this extended. I've got a fear that they're going to call burning very soon, even though we have a much better fuel moisture conditions and soil moisture conditions than just about any other place north or south of us due to the atmospheric rivers focusing on us for a couple of precious days. Anyway, we need to get some sanity in this burning. We need to get some money focused on chipping, and we also need a moratorium on WTF. So there's enough for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Debbie Manning.
Good afternoon, Debbie Manning, President and CEO.
Debbie, you're really difficult to hear. Can you get closer to your mic or something?
Well, I have a headset on. Can you hear me now?
Barely. Just yell.
I'm yelling now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we'll try.
Okay. Well, I'm hopeful that you've all received your invite to the industry open house for the California Welcome Center. We are co-hosting with Visit California to share where tourism is today and how the California Welcome Center fits into the Visit California programs. We are very fortunate to have a Welcome Center in El Dorado County, and I hope you are able to attend so you will understand the value of our California Welcome Center to tourism in El Dorado County. And it's next Thursday, March 25th, 5 to 6 p.m. in the California Welcome Center. We'll have some light bites and some wine by our local winery. So I know a couple of you have RSVP'd, but I just want to make sure that you all know that you are invited to this very special open house. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett, Coshawn, Shingle Springs. I just want to express my appreciation that you're one of the public agencies that still allow for Zoom. I'm a proud grandpa from February 13th of our first granddaughter, 6 pounds, 10 ounces. So other priorities, you know. But I also appreciate how you today, we spoke earlier about your exemplary commission on aging. And I would hope that some of these commissions that you're being addressed to that have problems can be brought to that standard of excellence. I have focused my comments before, and I will again, on Supervisor Turnbow. Since you did disclose that you belong to my demographic, I looked up and found out that since I'll be 70 in August, you're a little behind me, so I might cut you some slack that you're still learning. But I hope you recognize that when 3 commissioners and 1 staff member, all associated with you, seem to be really stirring things up, and people are using a formal process, I'm hoping the county has a reconciliation or conflict resolution process like other areas. And I'm sure you know, Supervisor Turnbow, that there are some biblically based ways of resolving this. And as far as I know, everybody that's involved does share a similar faith tradition with you and me. I would like to call attention to the governance handbook, where it states over and over that you're a governance team and that you're promoting a culture of discussion and inquiry and shared acceptance of disagreements and the ability to find common ground. I'm now pivoting to Supervisor Turnbow letter to the editor about the homeless vote. Supervisor Turnbow certainly has the right to free speech, but your governance handbook and the trainings I have attended emphasize the importance of being a governance team, that generally the chair serves as the primary spokesperson for the board. The chair is also charged with preserving order and decorum. I understand there was a lack of order and decorum during a break at your last meeting. I urge you to consider leaving the cameras on when you're having a break and there's still a lot of folks in the boardroom. Nothing like
Thank you,
video.
Leo.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Good afternoon, board. First, I'd like to say that I didn't know if it was possible that your 30-second buzzer and the time's up bell could be more subtle and less disrespectful. I think they're so loud. I don't know what they're like in the boardroom, but I just think the point could be across with having them be a little softer. What I wanted to say is the presentation this morning on the Mosquito Bridge is definitely something worth celebrating. Kudos to the county, the state, and the federal government. This project is what good partnerships are all about, and an example of good government. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I don't think there were any questions that needed to be responded to.
Let me clarify that the California Open House Visitor Center, Welcome Center Open House is Wednesday, May 25th from 5 to 6:30 p.m. That seemed to come a little through a little garbled, but that's what
It did. Thank you for that clarification. And I want to follow up on what Ken Greenwood said about the chipping program, because I thought they were fully funded for quite some time. So I'll look into that and let everybody know, because that seemed confusing to me. I wrote that down. So with that, we're done with open forum, and we're going to, we have a couple more closed session items that we're going to go take care of right now. So we'll recess in the closed session. All right, it's 2:00 and we're back from closed session. County Council, do you have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's no action to report out on item number 33. I believe the CAO will take care of the report out on item number 34.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item number 34, the board met in closed session with all members present and based on a unanimous vote, approved a salary increase for the Director of Human Resources from step 2 to step 3, effective with the pay period beginning May 21st, 2022.
All right, thank you for that. We'll move on to our 2:00 time allocation, item number 31.
Bridge Day.
Bridge Day.
Item 31 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board take the following actions related to the Mount Murphy Road out South Fork American River Bridge Replacement Project. 1, certify the final environmental impact report. 2, adopt the findings of fact and statement of overriding considerations. 3, approve the project as described in the final environmental impact report. And 4, authorize Department of Transportation staff to proceed with the filing of the notice of determination, final design, rights of way acquisition, permitting, and other activities for project construction.
Good afternoon, Board. Matt Smeltzer, Deputy Director, Engineering, Transportation. It's an honor to be here today. It's an honor to serve this county and this department, and this is an incredible project we're bringing to you today, and a huge milestone too. It's been a lot of work to get here. As you can see, mosquitoes moved a little quicker than this one, and for obvious reasons. They both started about the same time, but as you can imagine, planning to build a bridge and a historic site like this, a historic park, a very important park, and a historic bridge. Took a lot of studies, a lot of analysis, and a lot of coordination with a lot of different agencies. John Balzer has been an excellent project manager to oversee this project and deliver it, and an excellent team of consultants, C.H. Tim Hill, Jacobs, and our lead environmentalist, Jeff Little's here today with us. And we're hoping that this can get certified today because it's a very important safety project. And we're very lucky to get this HBP funding. It's 100% funded, just like mosquito. And safety is the most important thing. This is through a safety program of FHWA, HBP program, Highway Bridge program. And I've seen several emergency repairs on this bridge in my career here, 24 years here. And there'll be 3 of them you'll see in the slide where we've had to do some pretty extensive repairs on the bridge. And this bridge has a limited life. I think everybody knows that. The inspection reports are scary when we see them. There's lots of little defects in this bridge. It's gone through a lot of stress over the years. There's rivets missing, there's cracks in concrete, steel. We did extensive studies to try and see if the bridge could be saved through a structural analysis. Was one of the first things, a rehab analysis, to see if it could be salvaged, but every single member of that bridge, footings all the way up, would had to have been retrofitted. And it just wasn't feasible. And that was one of the first studies we did, along with several alignment studies and a lot of public input. And like I said, a lot of coordination with the state park, SHPO, the historic State Historic Office of Preservation, and Caltrans environmental team, of course, and FHWA, all overseeing us and helping us get through all this. So without further delay, I'll let John go through his presentation and discuss the work.
Kim, can we pull up? Oh, thank you. Hello, board. John Balzer, Department of Transportation, and I've had the privilege of being the project manager on Mount Murphy. So I'm going to briefly go over a presentation to provide a little bit of background to what we're talking about today, highlight some of the environmental document, and of course, provide a brief look ahead. And we'll also go through a rendering video to provide a little bit better context of the project. So up on the screen, this is just an agenda that briefly describes those 3 buckets. Again, a little bit of context of how we got here and what's been done today, as well as some highlights of the environmental document, and then a little bit of a look ahead. So to go through a little bit of background, and a lot of this expands upon items that Matt had brought up. The state does routine inspections of bridges within all these different agencies and state locations, and part of that is providing sufficiency ratings. I'm sure the board and plenty of people here are familiar with them. For those that aren't, those are a 0 to 100 point scale of health. Again, 0 being has to be taken out of service for public safety. Mount Murphy Bridge is one of the lowest in the state. It has at multiple points, of course, most recently last year, had to be taken out for emergency closure and fix. And those numbers, although they seem pretty theoretical, pretty practical application would be that really there's structural deficiencies. The bridge isn't just functionally obsolete, but it has some structural components that are driving those numbers. And more practically, as Matt had pointed out, the bridge has had a lot of ongoing monitoring and repair work that has been done. What you see in the top photo there in 2007, that was an emergency closure for repair. Matt was actually involved in some of that repair work. The most recent one, of course, is there up the right in the fall of 2021. And this is a screenshot of that. And I'm sure the board probably remembers a lot of what happened there. We can be fortunate that we were able to mobilize a lot of engineers, a lot of agency work. We had some pretty elaborate, as Matt alluded to, inspections that had occurred because we had to ensure that pin connections and things that aren't visible to the eye were okay, recognizing that this is a very old structure. The damage has occurred to the center truss span. And part of that repair work, which we're fortunate we were able to get it back into service quickly, it continues to go through ongoing monitoring, of course, to make sure it stays safe. And we also reduce some load ratings on the bridge to also preserve its safety. That all said, this is really leading up to why we're here right now to talk about the purpose and need of replacing the bridge and making sure we can continue to provide a long-term solution for safe travel across the river. Now, what's up on the screen, I'm going to highlight in a very short period, but this is the culmination of years of work. And for this project specifically, this culmination can really be seen as a stepping stone of milestones through reports. So the first, as Matt alluded to, before we were even talking about replacement of the bridge, we were talking about rehabilitation of the bridge. And we actually did, back in 2014, a full structural analysis rehabilitation study to see if the bridge as it stands today could be rehabbed and remain safe and in service. And the findings of that study was really that the bridge doesn't just suffer from functional deficiencies, it suffers from structural deficiencies. In other words, every member, as Matt alluded to, would need replacement. So we would be in essence replacing the bridge to keep its structural competency. And in doing so, this information, of course, would be relayed through public meetings and through board meetings, but it was the foundation or the beginning step of replacement options. From that point, you can see the alternative study. And in fact, the upper exhibit there shows the alignment alternatives. We looked at approximately 9 of them, but there were also deviations of those 9. And through the better part of 2015 and the remainder of 2014 leading in, we would go through a series of stakeholder community meetings, project development meetings to develop alignment alternatives and then figure out criterion working with the community and the key agencies to filter those alternatives to ultimately identify which alternatives have viability to continue to go forward with. All that, the findings of that work really was the culmination of the alternatives report. That report would ultimately conclude that 3 alignment alternatives held weight. Those are the bottom 3 that you see in the screen there. And those 3 alternatives can really be summed up as an on-alignment alternative, a downstream alternative, and an effort to get outside of the state park limits. In fact, the 9 alternatives, we looked at upstream alternatives outside of limits, but unfortunately the impacts were far too great. And then the third alternative, of course, would be something in the middle between a downstream alternative and on alignment. That third alternative would cut through somewhere around where the old Sutter's Mill or in that vicinity. Those 3 alignment alternatives were then recommended to carry forward through the environmental phase. This was all in that 2015 report. And then that would lead us into where we're here today talking about the environmental. And we carried those 3 alternatives through 2016 that you can see on the screen. And I'll show this again later as well, through basically an alternatives feasibility study. And that was a better part of a 1.5 years or so of work where we actually evaluated and supplied metrics to actually measure what kind of impacts are we talking about. And when I say impacts, we're not just talking resource impacts, biological, historic, cultural, buried, built resources. We're also talking about costs. We're talking about purpose and need. We're talking about right-of-way impacts so that we could actually see and measure viability of the three alternatives. The recommendation out of that final 2016 alternative study would be that the on-alignment alternative, which sat predominantly in the county's right-of-way, which sat predominantly in developed ground, would be the least impact and ultimately the most viable of those alternatives studied. Again, this would be continued through the environmental process. And everything that we're talking about here, just to expand upon something Matt had brought up, this project, it's got every project as its own personality. This project being in the epicenter of Marshallville Discovery Park, having a lot of historic relevance all around it and within it. At each step, these steps happen coinciding with the state, with the feds, with a lot of the parties involved, because you have to, given the sensitivity of it, which is really why today is a special day. Let's see if we can, okay, there we go. This is just a highlight. Now, this is only looking at a 2015 to today's snapshot. So this doesn't show a lot of the interaction that would have occurred through those alternative phases. But the point of this slide was just to show that the items that you see in gold at the bottom are really the doing our studies and our homework. So this would be all the research that went in, the studies and the evaluation work. And then what you see in the magenta colored dots, if you will, on that table at the top, those would be interaction points with the public, interaction points through the meetings. And this is just to show that at each of these steps, through these alternative studies, through the technical studies, which I'll expand upon in a moment, through the environmental reports, there was ongoing communication that would happen to get us ultimately to where we were, to make sure that we didn't outrun our process and that our findings would maintain consistency and accuracy. This is another highlight because unlike some projects, this project would require a lot of sharpening the pencil. In fact, a key component of this project's success early on would be seen in its ability to try to avoid impacts where possible and make sure that we really knew from an engineering sense that we were talking about. So we advanced a lot of components, some of this a bit unique to the site that we're working in. Some of those components being the structural advanced planning study that was looking really at design components of the bridge structure as we would progress into other stages, because we were looking at visual impacts, the built environment impacts, type selection reports. Again, all this stuff would go through Caltrans as well. Vibration studies also as part of the geotech, because working in Coloma, there's a lot of old historic resources and masonry structures. Noise studies, traffic studies. So all of these were also happening in parallel from an engineering perspective to a lot of the environmental work that was going on. This is a little bit to expand upon that on alignment alternative. So the exhibit, which I don't expect everyone to read all the little boxes, but the point of it really was to show that we tried to really narrow down the impacts and what the project would require to be built, and really avoid those impacts as much as possible to cultural historic resources, biological resources, and maintain a sensitivity to the visual impacts, which we'll get into in a moment. This is just to highlight, and I'm going to expand upon a little bit of what you see from the renderings there. In fact, you'll notice in the end, these renderings come from our AutoCAD files. We actually have videos we'll do similar to probably what you've seen on Mosquito. And we'll get into each of these components because they were sensitively tied back from a design sense to historic components that would be found out about through the research and study. So this alternative really is in an effort to maintain small, if you will, and within really what's needed, but still meet the needs from a design and code and standard, and also from a user need within most of the built infrastructure that's there, but expand upon what is happening currently when you look at long-term goals from a state park, from long-term maintenance and those perspectives to make sure that we did what was right. And you'll see it in a moment here. There we go. So this was a main component that would come out through a lot of that alternative study, was the importance of maintaining access and really looking at alternatives that wouldn't cut the community off from access. So one thing that we looked at in this solution was extensive staging. This would be proposing to look at two-stage construction, which essentially, if you look at the upper exhibit on the stage one typical section, traffic would be running on the existing bridge. The construction of this bridge occurs predominantly downstream of that bridge. So the first stage provides the traffic use, and the second stage is what the lower exhibit shows. And then the demolition of the existing bridge occurs in that second stage as the widening would go over the top of it. Again, the final stage would close the gap between those two. So this was in an effort to stay small, but maintain access and make sure that folks can have safe access as much as possible across that bridge without taking it out of service. The other thing I will point out here too, we tried to tighten the pencils down to make sure that vehicular wise, we maintained the needs for vehicles, but we looked a lot at, and it was a major component that would come out through coordination. There's a lot of pedestrians. I know folks that are familiar with the area know that almost every school kid will at some point go to a class that's going to go down to Marshall Park to learn about the history of California, and part of an interpretive program that's continuing to be expanded upon by state parks goes across that bridge. So there's a huge amount of pedestrians. That's why we looked at oversized sidewalks and tied those sidewalks into locations that would coincide with the interpretive program, and look at this as an opportunity to, yes, it's a DOT facility, but it's a DOT facility that serves other needs and expand upon those needs from not just the people who live there, but the parks educational programs as well. Now, this is getting into some of the aesthetic components that I started to mention a moment ago. The picture you see at the bottom, and I don't know, it's for some, you may know this already. For me, this was an interesting learning exercise. The bridge has been replaced a number of times. That exhibit was actually from, I believe it was 1898 or 1899, but that's a timber suspension pedestrian bridge that was there, and then it would get blown out by the river. It would be replaced later on by the truss in the center span and timber approaches going to the truss. The timber approaches we replaced, I believe it was in the 30s, by concrete approaches. And the point that we're trying to make here is that as we would go through our own studies environmentally and find out more about the history and the heritage, we would try to integrate that within our proposed project. So in fact, what I'm going to highlight going through here today is also a story that is told through these environmental studies and through a lot of our coordination, including what Matt alluded to with SHPO, as we would try to draw upon some of these elements of the past to stitch it together, if you will, into a solution that would be sensitive to it, but also look at the needs of today. And you can see we're trying to pull some of that continuity in what you're seeing here. Here's another screen. Here's another shot. So one thing that we've got proposed in the project is these are at the pier points. The pier points are roughly where the truss points, where the pier points are today as that truss begins, and looking at truss tower portals that would extend above the piers with cable stay systems. And that draws upon both some truss components. It also draws upon some of the suspension components in a unique but somewhat similar theme to draw upon some of the history. Now, a lot of the exhibits, and I should have said this at the beginning, a lot of these exhibits you're seeing are snapshots from the environmental document. So as I'll highlight in a moment, a lot of these components are literally tables and figures from it. This is looking at the design components and the historical reflection or relevance that they share, because that's also a story that we've had to continue to tell as we've coordinated through SHPO for mitigation of the bridge project. So you can see the truss components there in the portals. You can see the suspension components I mentioned there in the cables. These are a few other less obvious for some components. The piers are actually looking at pier walls to imitate what's there today. Looking at, there's a lot of recesses and curves and embeds in the existing bridge that we're trying to imitate to keep some of that history alive as we've pulled it together into a solution today. This is and this is another piece, and I'll expand upon this a bit later, to pull some more of the timber components from the past. So we've looked at a lot of timber texturing within the concrete treatments. This is similar to things, if you guys have gone down to the rail yards or along the Sacramento River, if you've gone down to Joe's Crab Shack or any of that, they've done a lot of rehab work along some of those trestle systems with concrete to still pull upon those themes of timber texturing and color. We're looking at doing a lot of that within our boardwalk systems that we would be imitating and applying, if you will, on this project as well. So I'm going to get into a little bit of the EIR now. This expands upon a lot of what I've already mentioned. So the EIR was open, went out for circulation in January. You can see there we actually had a meeting for notice of availability on the 26th. The review period ended. Of course, that's a 45-day minimum review, ended on the 25th of February. And I'm going to summarize a little bit of not just the comments, but also a little bit of those mitigation measures. So what you see here in the highlights are mitigation measures. Again, this is expanding upon a lot of what we've already talked about, some associated with aesthetics and some of the environment there that we're trying to preserve and mitigate for what we do impact. Also air quality, biological resource, a lot of this you've seen on other projects. Geology and soil, of course, we have vibration that we've continued to assess and carry into the design components. Hazardous materials, water resources, noise, recreation, a bit unique. Everybody here, I'm sure, for those that have spent much time in Coloma know that recreation is a major activity. So we would carry that forward as a consideration through the process. Wildfire, especially a highlight of the times. There's actually a snapshot of some of the bridge progression that I spoke to, but of course the picture is far better than my words. And these last two items, the cultural resources, the tribal cultural resources, a lot of that is the culmination of really the ongoing, look at that, talking with my hands, really the ongoing communication and collaboration that's happened as we've continued through MOA processes, working with SHPO. And of course, that pulls in a number of other parties as well. And those are the mitigation measures tied to it, which is a nice just jumping off point to say this project, extensive collaboration. And those are just a few of the names: FHWA, the tribes, OHP, or Office of Historic Preservation, the public, the parks, the state, and Caltrans involvement. This project, as Matt alluded to, this project, it can't even be told in years. You can almost tell it at times through multiple terms, through multiple people, through a huge collaboration. And we've had a lot of really thankful to be cherished successes with state parks along the way too, because we're working with state parks through it, and successes with a lot of different parties to get us to where we are at. The design itself speaks to some of that evolution and ongoing communication that's happened. And the last bullet you see there, the interpretive program, the interpretive exhibits, that has also continued to evolve on the state park side as they've told the story of Coloma and its history, and also pulled in parts of the tribes and stuff too. So the highlight of the public comments that we received through it, these are just three general buckets. There was a lot of comments around the need for road improvements, a lot of comments around impacts associated with other activities that neighbor the project. And there was also comments on some of the proposed bridge design features. Now, this is as Matt pointed out, this is an HBP project. So we do have some constraints. The Highway Bridge Program is a bridge safety program. It's there really about the bridge and the bridge's safety, and there's constraints to what that program does apply to, which is just our way of saying understanding the context scope of Mount Murphy Bridge, and then recognizing that some of these other comments, not that they don't hold value, but from a scope and a purpose and need of this project, these are multiple questions that they touch on each other, but they're separate. And really, before we get into a video, I'm going to conclude with a couple little look aheads. This is nice and perhaps in some ways confusing, so I'll do my best to try to make it a little less so. Where we're at today, the environmental document, which is the culmination of so many years, is certainly a major milestone. We are continuing to coordinate with SHPO, and we're nearing the later stages or last stages of that. We're hopeful that once environmental completes, which would hopefully be this year, we would be into the right-of-way process. Right-of-way will overlap a lot of the final design, and we will be hoping, if all works out, for beginning construction around 2024. And now there's some ifs in there. Obviously, there's a little unknowns of what right-of-way may entail, but our project really has only slivers of right-of-way. The other alternatives would have been much, much more significant in terms of right-of-way impact, in terms of a lot of the environmental impact, which those reports identify in great detail. And really in some of the concluding remarks, there's another snapshot. Some of this was stuff that we would pull from through our studies that would be per se some inspiration to build upon going forward. But really the project before you is really a best meets all those project objectives. And that really is a summation of a lot of reports that I'm speaking to, and extensive collaboration and coordination efforts have gotten us to where we are today. And really DOT recommends, certify the EIR, adopt the findings, the MMRP, and then approve this Mount Murphy Bridge project. So Kim, if you could pull up that video. And the video, while she's pulling it up, I'll just say, I'm sure you're probably familiar, because you probably have seen this from Mosquito a few times. This was produced in-house. So this is another, this is a Stephen McVeigh, for those that know Stephen, video. This was done with our AutoCAD files, working also with a consultant who's been working on the bridge components with us. And then it basically drapes LiDAR. It takes LiDAR imagery and it drapes a lot of the Google Earth in those CAD files. So you can get a pretty good idea. It's going to start, see if I can narrate this about on speed here. So this would be flying overhead. This is looking down Highway 49 towards Coloma, as if you were flying from Lotus towards Coloma. You can see, excuse me, you can see the Grange Hall right there at the intersection. So it's going to fly overhead, and then it will drop us down into driver view to get an idea of what these features will look and feel like. And again, this is essentially LiDAR imagery that's got Google Earth draped over it, that's augmented with our CAD files. So now this will drop us down into driver view as if we were going to be driving on 49, coming from Cold Springs and through Coloma. So this would be coming up upon the crosswalk there at Beckert's Gun Shop, if you're familiar, on the right. The entrance to the museum would be on your left at this intersection. Project does have some crosswalk pedestrian upgrades to get a little bit better pedestrian access and safety. There's the Grange Hall, of course, to be turning onto Mount Murphy. You can see we actually have a vista point and a pop out to help facilitate that interpretive program that's behind Beckert's, because it's a key feature within that program. This would be driving over the bridge, heading towards the north. You'll also notice the project also continues to build upon those pedestrian features. It ties into the ADA parking area right there on the left and continues those pedestrian access features. That kind of gives an idea. It will zoom out and give you an idea from overhead, but essentially that's it. I don't know. Have any questions?
I have a gazillion, but
A gazillion.
I'll go
All right.
last. Supervisor Novosel.
Oh, thank you for the presentation. I was just looking at this just now. That looks like a pedestrian walkway. Is there a bike lane in there also somewhere?
So we looked at bike lanes and certainly looked at the ATP plan, looked at some of the long-term goals for that particular area. That was a share the road, class 3. So that's why we looked at traffic calming devices to slow folks down. That was also going to be better anyway with the amount of pedestrian activity.
Okay.
But yeah, so we did look at that, but bike lanes weren't being proposed through that area. And so there was going to be constraints also to try to get the wider widths, but we could do things for traffic calming that would actually serve a dual purpose of also slowing folks down, recognizing the amount of pedestrians that were through there.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, great presentation. Appreciate it. My understanding from what you've presented is there are no road improvements included in this project. That would all be separate activities associated with our CIP or some other road maintenance funding, right? So
yes,
so that's a set aside. The second thing relative to pedestrian traffic, particularly at night, have we considered integration of solar powered LED strips? So when you have pedestrians, they have a lighted path to walk on. I'm not sure you want the cars to trigger it, but
yeah,
something to make sure the safety's there at night, because there is a lot of people who love to walk in the evenings, particularly in the summertime when it's nice and warm, right? And I want to make sure the safety aspect there has been considered.
So no, it's funny you mentioned that. Certainly lighting has been a topic of discussion, and finding that balance between pedestrian safety and lighting around those points where people gather, while at the same time keeping that confined to the bridge because we're in a rural area. So that is something that we're continuing to explore. There's some preliminary thoughts around points where that would be appropriate, and we should take that into consideration. And then we do have some nice tools today, especially through 3ds Max and a lot of what you've seen, to be able to get a better idea of what those lighting impacts or umbrellas might look like and where they'd be appropriate. But yes, that's definitely an ongoing discussion.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Turnbull?
Yeah, I just got a question, Raphael. Next I want to ask you is, you had all these different alternatives. Oops, sorry.
I just noticed.
So you had all these different alternatives here, and why did you, I know one of the reasons why you picked up, go back to the original location, I know cost is a big thing, but was there any other reason that you can answer me on that?
That's a great question, Supervisor, and similar to all our projects that we do in El Dorado County, we evaluate them for all their impacts and the alternatives might have on any given community circulation network. And so, as John Balzer said earlier, we started off with about nine alternatives, each one having its pluses and minuses. And then narrowing it down to the three that were most acceptable and we're going to have the least amount of impacts. And then from there, analyzing it further as to which one was going to have the least amount of impacts. And I think John can attest that over the course of how many years did we have communications with the community, with other Board of Supervisors, commissions, to discuss the final decision on the alternative.
You can see that we showed a snapshot of just the last 10 years, that it was ongoing, and hot alternatives themselves were hot and heavy for almost half of that period of time. Certainly through the environmental, they continued. But I mean, the one thing I'll just say to expand upon something Raphael brought up is right away impacts to resources, especially within the epicenter of Marshall Park, and recognizing that it's all park property around us. There was a number of viability, and yes, cost is one metric, but there's things that we wouldn't be here right now. I don't know that we could be looking at construction in 2024. Once you start going off alignment, and then you really start going off alignment, it really carries a lot of damaging things from a viability standpoint. And that's what we were finding out as we started to explore further and further into applying numbers, if you will, to these alternatives to see how viable they were.
Did eminent domain, was that a factor too?
That's always a factor. We're always trying to minimize the impacts that we are going to have to the existing community, existing residents of any given area. And so this alternative had the least amount. As a matter of fact, the only eminent domain was that of slivers on either side of the road, so that we can have appropriate roadway widths meeting up with the bridge, as opposed to the other alternatives, which had much greater potentials for eminent domain, as well as what John Balzer said, cultural impacts and having to deal with the state park system as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Are you ready?
I hope so. Yeah, hold on. All right, I'm ready.
No, I really appreciate this presentation, and I know folks are excited, especially after it was closed. I guess it was just last fall. My God, time flies. I know, right?
Yeah.
But having it closed down, I think with that accident on there, made it really clear how important this bridge is to that community, and the need for making it safe and going to last a long time, because right now it's scary going out there. So I have several questions, and I asked some of these before, but I just want to make sure that we got everything covered. So I was reading the comments on the EIR, and there were a lot of folks that brought up, why did you guys choose to put the sidewalk on the south side instead of on the north side? And I can see both, but my concern is with the sidewalk on the south right now, that's where we have it now, right? The facing north is kind of more picturesque, and actually the lighting's better. And I'm just saying that from a practical point of view, is we know people, and I'm concerned that we're going to have this sidewalk and people are still going to be over on the other side of the bridge. And I know you can't prevent people from doing that, but if they're taking a photo from where the sidewalk currently is there going to be enough in between cables and stuff where they can get a good view? Weddings, people go down there for all kinds. There was a graduation photo shoot down there the other day. I saw them all on Facebook. People go down there for photos specifically.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping that we took that into account, that we're not missing an opportunity maybe to be even more safety features. Remember I asked, I don't think you were there for that. I think I asked Matt last time, but you know, could that overlook be out on the north side instead? And I was told no, which I was really disappointed, but I'm just making sure we're not creating maybe a different safety hazard. And honestly, with 2 lanes, the cars are gonna be going faster. There's no doubt about it. When you increase capacity and make it easier to go across, the cars are going to be going faster. So if there are pedestrians now in the road, they are even more at risk. Because right now, you have to go crawling across there when the pedestrians are in the way, and they all know it. So was that really explored as best as possible?
Yeah, let me try to unpackage, because I think there's
Yeah.
a couple of items that you brought up there. The first, so as part of our traffic study, we did extensive look into the pedestrians because we knew that they existed, but nobody had really gone through and quantified to what degree and where are these people coming from and going to. Part of that research would really show that the Interpret program, which currently goes across the bridge, and the state parks administer that, but they do that in conjunction with other users. That program goes through from Beckert's across the bridge. So that's all upstream. Most of those activity center points that are accommodating most of those numbers are actually on the upstream side. So that was the first piece of information, because in an attempt to go downstream, that wouldn't have coincided with the program, which is what was causing most of the numbers. Now, in terms of view shed and shadow effects, that's certainly something we could look at some more. At face value, there shouldn't be too much concern because the cables aren't huge, and the cable points of connection, they're at specific points of the bridge. There's a lot of that bridge, in other words, that will not be under an impact from the cables shadowing.
I was trying to look at that when we were doing our drive-through.
And we can,
like, is there a lot of
drop,
gaps?
so we can actually drop camera views into different points and provide different views at different points of the day. But in essence, that's all to say that there shouldn't be a whole lot of shadow effects from that. And the towers are really just at the points of the piers. So that shouldn't be as much of an effect. The other question, however, you brought up, those are belvederes typically called, which would be pop outs on the bridge or pop outs within parts of its span. That's something we looked at. That's hard to accommodate within the bridge structure itself, especially because this is a unique bridge structure, which is why we looked at vista points, if you will, back outside of the bridge at points where people congregate already because of the program that they're there to serve. So it's a good comment. We certainly tried to accommodate where the numbers were going from and coming to and the solution that we showed.
Okay, no, I appreciate that, because I think it's going to work. And I just want to make sure, because I've just been watching the photos out there right now with wedding and graduation season. They're on that bridge a lot. It's so beautiful there. So
the one thing, and not to say that if you build it wider, people aren't more comfortable to go faster. But the one thing I'll say is that our project, the perimeters of it are within crosswalk features. So the bridge itself and where the widening occurs, it's got crosswalks at the beginning, crosswalks at the end, and opportunities that we're looking at right now to slow people down and to make sure that those pedestrian features are much more protected than they are. So I think there are opportunities to try to really deter folks from feeling comfortable going faster through there. But it's a good comment, and we'll continue to
I appreciate
explore
that. The Grange Hall and their driveway.
Yes.
That's going to work, right? It just looks so, when we were there the other night, you know, it just, that driveway, and then you're adding more bridge and.
Well, so let's.
Yeah, help me out with that.
So we'll unpackage that piece. So the first answer is that we did do a whole bunch of study with oversized vehicles to make sure that all turning movements could be accommodated on the driveway within our solution. Our solution exists because I'm going to talk with my hands, so I'll try not to take the microphone out, but here we go. If this is if you're standing on Mount Murphy looking towards the north and this is their driveway, it's a slope configuration between Mount Murphy Road and their driveway that veers off. Our widening happens with the retaining wall, and then we actually change the grades to bring that intersection up so that that driveway can be accommodated all the way through. So it's really the geometry lends itself to keep the driveway without even changing really its limits, if you will, and make sure that the grades can tie in properly. So I think that all works there. There's another piece, which of course the Grange driveway ties into Highway 49, and we can't really speak to that because that's really not our jurisdiction. So.
And then it was brought up earlier with the mosquito bridge, there's going to be capability for utilities
yes.
or whatever under there,
Yes.
because there's some,
Excuse me. Yes.
yeah, there's a pole in the way right now that'll probably have to be moved, right? I'm guessing there's.
Yeah, so I
utilities
didn't
there.
mention it, but part of this project a few years back, don't test me because I can't remember exactly when, we actually came through with an underground district. So part of this
Oh,
project will
very
be
good.
undergrounding all those utilities as well within the limits of it.
Oh, that'll be really nice for the
Yeah.
park as a whole. So
Yep.
good. Okay. And then some of the other things that were brought up that are, they're not part of the project, but they are the area. And so the Coloma Resort's brought up often. It was brought up the other night at the town hall. So how are we going to, with their backing up currently into traffic because of the way that they're set up, how are we going to look into that when it's not part of the bridge project, but it needs to be addressed? Because if we're improving the bridge, but yet they still have their issues with their gate and people waiting to get in and they're backing up onto our new bridge, how are we going to address that? Is there a plan for that?
I think there's perhaps two parts to answer that question. The first one is, so right now there's backing up, as I understand, that occurs.
Mhm.
And our project does propose widening through there. So the situation will be better from our project. It's not answered by our project because parts of this question goes back directly to the resort.
Okay.
My understanding also is that the resort was looking into some options too with their
Okay.
entrance. But again, that would be something you'd have to
So
ask
that's a
the resort.
separate but parallel kind of project, because it doesn't make any sense to make this bridge improvement when there's going to be still, they don't have the room right now to accommodate all the RVs that sit there and are waiting to check in and get inside. They're backing up into the traffic. So
And Supervisor, if I can, it was brought up the other day at the town hall meeting in terms of the usage, the capacity, the volume of traffic that is being utilized by the campgrounds. And that's a fair question. And unfortunately, from transportation's perspective, our main concern is the safety of the infrastructure itself and the program, the highway bridge program. Their only concern is that of the bridge, but it gives us the opportunity to ask the question and then have that interjection with planning department and find out what is their usage, what is the zoning, is there a conditional use permit for that? Has their usage gone above and beyond what they are allowed to have? And so I have reached out to the planning department so that we can have that discussion and begin there. And then if there are further discussions and or variables that we need to look into or that come out of that working group, that we then come back to the board and address them at a further date.
okay, good. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Because it's been an ongoing issue that this seems like a good time to tackle it while we're making changes out there.
Agreed.
So, okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I did have a follow-up question on your line of questioning. Do we anticipate speeding issues across this bridge? I mean, common sense says when you come to a bridge, you slow down. But a lot of these people are going to be tourists, they're going to be visitors, they're not necessarily the locals. If we do see that there's a speeding problem, people are traveling twice the speed limit across the bridge, that can be wear and tear on the bridge. A lot of things can happen. Do we have some kind of a contingency plan as to how we'd address that? I hate to suggest rumble strips and that sort of thing, but how would we address a speeding problem if we find this just becomes a thoroughfare?
I think so. Two parts. Just to give context to the speeding, the park has a 25-mile-an-hour limit through it. Our bridge is in the middle per se of the park.
Right.
Ironically enough, part of our project, kind of a footnote of it, would be opening up dialogue between State Park and Caltrans and the other parties for things like other studies that are going on.
Okay.
To just get the state parks more integrated when it came to pedestrians and safety through it. So I think the first answer would be our bridge isn't isolated. It's within our bridge is a small point within the larger park, and the park is already trying to slow people down. So I think that would be the first thing.
Okay.
The second thing is when I mentioned traffic calming around pedestrian crosswalks, there are other aesthetic features we can add within those crosswalks that drivers would feel and experience to get them to also slow down. And those would be things like aesthetically being able to add some components that totally breaks up the driving experience. So Those are things we're trying to explore as well to get people to slow down. Certainly keeping the lanes and the shoulders as narrow as possible is one more thing to get them to slow down so they're not comfortable with space. But yes, that's definitely something we're continuing to look at, and then find that balance too between working in a rural area and keeping character of the rural area without adding things that are going to compromise that area and make it feel more like you're in the city. So,
And if I can add just one other thing, is that there are speed reduction zones leading into the park itself. So people are seeing plenty of Caltrans signs, warning signs, hey, you need to slow down. So the crosswalks are there. So I know anytime I enter that area, I have a conscious effort to make sure that I slow down. And furthermore, I can tell you this from experience that when people are going over bridges such as this one, what I'm more concerned about is distraction, because the beauty of the area itself is really so really what I'm worried about are drivers looking around like this and actually swerving around on the bridge as opposed to speeding. They tend to slow down because they want to actually enjoy it, and as a matter of fact, stop on top of the bridge and actually look at the river itself. So I'm not very concerned about the speeding per se. Like I said, I think I'm more concerned about the distracted driver than anything else. But fortunately enough, we have a raised pedestrian median so that then the pedestrians have a safe zone from any distracted driver that might hit that curb and then bounce back.
Right. It sounds like we get some support from the state in terms of enforcement too. Our sheriff's not having to run out there when somebody reports speeding all the time if the state really has an enforcement arm.
That is also a very good point, as a matter of fact, because all the times I've been there, I've seen one of the state park patrol cars there, and that has a tendency of having people to want to slow down as well, because they don't want to have to get into any kind of enforcement issue out there.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure.
All right. Just briefly, John, great presentation.
Thank you.
Really very effective presentation. All my questions were already answered, so I just wanted to say kudos.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that, I think we'll take public comment, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item 31, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. During last Thursday's town hall, our questions were diverted as usual, and there's still no evacuation plan. The county is still kicking the can down the road until disaster strikes. No wonder many residents left early in disgust over another dog and pony show that failed to address their concerns. State Park is driving the $17 million project, but they didn't even have representation that night. During last October's town hall meeting, Lori publicly mocked and censored me, but Sue Taylor, who lives in Pollock Pines, was allowed to speak on an unrelated subject. Not so coincidentally, District 4 Planning Commissioner Andy Nevis was president. Residents Jenny Hassler and Kathleen Gallagher were also censored and not allowed to speak on Zoom regarding family properties acquired via eminent domain by state parks for Highway 49 realignment. It was expressed last Thursday that the land wasn't used for the intended purpose, therefore the property should be returned to the families. I was a member of the stakeholder committee. It was our recommendation that the historic one-lane bridge would remain and the new bridge would be constructed from where the old mill used to stand, extending across the river to Gallagher's Field, but state parks shot down our common sense recommendation. The county professes to be committed to good governance and core values. However, there is an abysmal lack of transparency or accountability, especially when it comes to lawfully responding to PRAs. Case in point is the refusal of Rafael Martinez to email me the PowerPoint presentation made during last week's town hall. It revealed construction of boardwalks and annexing trails from Henningsen Lotus Park and other properties to the Marshall Gold Discovery Park that would go through the old Sierra Nevada House property recently acquired by Howard Penn. What we were really talking about is the dangerous intent of grant money associated with this Agenda 21 resolution. DOT has failed to address the abysmal condition of the 1.5 miles of Mount Murphy Road connecting both sides of the park. The road used to be a 2-inch solid surface, but it has been destroyed by DOT and replaced with this fine particulate matter. Brian Mullins complains that this is the same materials DOT has used on Mount Murphy Road for 30 plus years that compacts into this hard asphalt. That is a lie. Raphael's attitude then became insulting, condescending, and disrespectful. Making matters worse, he outright lied to me, all captured on audio. If I had a kid that spoke to me in such a disrespectful manner, I'd slap him 10 ways to Sunday. It is irresponsible to spend $17 million on the Mount Murphy Bridge to nowhere when the road conditions quickly deteriorate, making it impossible to drive more than 5 miles an hour. The public safety concern,
Melody.
especially in the event of an evacuation.
Melody, your 3 minutes are over.
On the main thoroughfare from the main,
Melody,
from the
you
park
can
to
stop
Garden
talking
Valley.
now.
Madam Clerk,
Thank
please,
you.
and your disrespect is
You
very
are
apparent.
disrespectful.
You're disrespectful and you're in violation of your oath of office.
You are
Madam
so
Clerk,
disrespectful.
please enter these documents and including the evidence into the public.
Thank
record.
you.
Fix the problem.
Stop yelling.
Does anybody else in the room have any comments on this item before we go to Zoom?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom. Now,
Terry, do you really
Terry's
have
got his
something to
hand
say? You gotta get up and come on up. Don't just sit there and wait. I know, that's why you can get going sooner.
Well, I'm trying to do 3 things at once and I can't be in 3 places.
Okay, Terry. Yes.
Terry Case of District 3. Well, it's the end of the day, and I guess it's my usual question. We haven't fun yet. I suspect not. A few weeks ago, I believe I told this board from this podium that I was going back into consulting business. I worked in the land grant university system nationwide. I worked with people in Congress, in several different government, federal government agencies. I worked with corporate America, small business, large businesses. One of the main things I did in like 20 different states, over 2,000 counties had access to my services. You don't get those kind of services in California because the University of California 30 years ago stopped providing them because they decided they didn't want him, basically the reason. The upshot of it is that one of the things that I know Raphael fairly well at a personal level. I've talked to him on many occasions, and I just had a brief discussion before I came in here. And one of the things I should tell you, first of all, just to let you know, because I don't like blindsiding people. First of all, not only do I have a doctorate degree in environmental and integrative sciences, but I also have a law degree. I do not have a JD degree. I don't pretend to be a lawyer, but I've worked with some of the best lawyers in the United States and in half a dozen different states. A lot of the work that I did had mainly to do with environmental issues, agricultural issues, and infrastructure issues, public safety issues, things like that. I particularly appreciate, for example, on the positive side, the kinds of questions the Supervisor Hydall has asked, partly because he has an engineering background and he knows what kind of questions to ask. So some weeks ago, I gave you a handout about reading. And I'm just going to put the punchline on this now. I have lost track of how many reports I was commissioned to write, running into the hundreds and sometimes thousands of people, working with task force, work groups, and all kinds of stuff on some big hot button issue. I turned the report on and 6 months later found out that the people that the report was written for didn't read it and didn't understand it. So I haven't got any specific knowledge of this project, but I do have one request. That you be aware of the fact that you're using use of computers and a whole body of research on this. You do not read things online as effectively and as well and understand them as well. What I'm asking you to do is read reports from front to back. Don't just glance and scan. Familiarize yourself with the information that's in reports that are given to you, because most reports that are turned in by
Thank
people
you,
like
Terry.
me never get read.
Terry, thank you. Your time is over. And can you next time when you make comments, stick to the topic we're talking about? That had nothing to do with our project and our bridge.
It is directly, Madam Chairman.
Please go.
It is directly
You're done.
related to the
No,
project, because
it
my
wasn't.
concern is
No.
you're not reading the
Terry,
reports on
thank
these
you.
projects.
Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Laurel Bretbaum.
Good afternoon, Chair people. I would like to just qualify that Laurel Brimpham, CEO, El Dorado County Chamber, and with me is our current president and resident of Coloma, Adam Anderson. I'm going to go first. We are so excited to be here today. I am a 30-year resident of Coloma and have been involved in this process as a chamber CEO and as a resident. And I have such admiration for Matt and his team and Raphael for being able to bring this to fruition and bring a huge safety element to our community that is long, long, long overdue. So applause to everybody. And I'm handing it off to Adam Anderson.
Thank you, Laurel.
Thank you for your time, and it's wonderful to be here with you all. And sorry that I was not there in person, but I'm very excited about this project as a person that uses that bridge daily, and was inconvenienced when it was out of commission, and realized what a challenge that would be to have to drive over Mount Murphy or up Bain Road every day. Really welcome me up and our neighbors up to the fact that we really need to get this bridge project done. I did attend the public meetings, and I'd just like to say that I thought they were very thoughtful. I think the design is taking elements from previous bridges and from the current bridge to incorporate that are excellent. I thought they were well-run meetings, and I'm just really looking forward to seeing this project be completed. And I think it'll be a wonderful addition, and people will love it once it's built. And I know a lot of things you just talked about with the lighting and maybe some, egress to the RV park there are things that need to be considered. But I think everything is really looks good, and I'm looking forward to seeing this to become an actual finished product.
Kudos to everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Laurel.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, bring it back to the board. Do you have any further comments or questions? We good to go? All right, well then I think I'll move to approve this item as recommended by staff.
I'll second.
Awesome. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's approved unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much, Ron.
It's a good day for the DOT.
Yeah, a big day for DOT. Wow. It's all hinged with money. Love it, love it.
And we just have like 2 minutes. Not bad.
Well done.
Stretch your legs, and then we'll start our 3 o'clock item.
Yeah.
I did about 40 miles on my bike this week.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I'm ready. Oh, yeah.
All that extra exercise, huh?
Woke up in
Yeah.
the morning, couldn't walk.
You guys okay?
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
Okay, it is 3 o'clock and we are going to have item number 32, Kim.
Item 32 comes from Supervisor Thomas, recommending the board receive a presentation from the 2021-2022 El Dorado County Youth Commission and present certificates of recognition to each commissioner.
So it is my absolute pleasure to welcome the 21-22 El Dorado County Youth Commission to the Board of Supervisors today for your final presentation, which is the culmination of your year together and your year of just extremely hard work in serving our community. So it's a privilege to welcome you. And I can tell my fellow supervisors that last night we had a run through, and this group is prepared and they are darn good, and you're in for a treat. We saved the best for last. So with that, I'd like to welcome Mahi and Emma, who will give the presentation today.
Okay.
And
All
come on down
right,
to the
so we're
podium.
going to
Perfect.
start. Thank you for having us, Amy Pooley, Youth Commission Advisor. We're going to start today before they begin their presentation with just some quick introductions, your name, grade, and school level. We'll start with Amanda. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm Amanda Kendler.
Amanda, if you could come on down to the podium so we can record you, and also say which district you're representing.
So
Perfect.
I'm Amanda Kendler. I'm a senior at El Dorado High School and I'm with District 3.
Hi, I'm Macy Little. I'm a junior at El Dorado High School and I'm representing District 5. Hi, I'm Sophia Bradford from Golden Sierra High School. I'm a freshman representing District 4.
Hello, I am Lucas Johnston and I'm a junior at El Dorado High School and am I the clerk? Board clerk.
Hi, my name is Lauren Sumimoto. I'm a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School and I'm representing District 1.
Hi, I'm Avery Sheridan. I am a sophomore at Charter University Prep and I am representing District 4.
Hi, I'm Grace Lawson. I'm a junior at Ponderosa High School and I'm representing District 2.
Hi, I'm Amelia Demolino. I'm a sophomore at El Dorado High School and I represent District 5.
And I'm Emma Lopez. I'm a senior at El Dorado High and I represent District 3. Hi, my name is Mahi Haswani. I'm a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School and I represent District 3. All right, so I'm going to reintroduce myself. So I'm Emma, I'm a senior at El Dorado High. This is my second year on the Youth Commission and I am the co-chair. Hello, my name is Mahi Haswani. As I said, I'm a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School, and I'm also co-chair of the Youth Commission. Your continued support of the El Dorado County Youth Commission means a lot to us. Thank you for having us here today, and the Youth Commission is really excited to show you what we've been working on this year. Over the past several years, we have focused on supporting our youth's mental health, specifically the awareness and education of existing services, increased peer-to-peer support and communication, and working towards a community inclusive and supportive of mental health discussions, with the goal to break the stigma. And it is clear to us that our initiatives are necessary. The U.S. Surgeon General has declared a youth mental health crisis. The American Academy of Pediatrics, the Children's Hospital Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, which together represent more than 77,000 physicians and 200 children's hospitals, have declared the youth mental health crisis a national emergency. Research done by the National Institute of Mental Health indicates that 20% of youth ages 13 to 18 live with a mental health condition. That's 1 in 5 youth. The World Health Organization tells us that the consequences of not addressing adolescent mental health conditions extend to adulthood, impairing both physical and mental health, and limiting opportunities to lead fulfilling lives as adults. Additionally, what we know from our firsthand experience and what the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention have told us is that the COVID-19 pandemic has increased stress, fear, and anxiety in our youth. These bleak statistics are a sign that poor mental health is an issue that cannot be ignored, especially not in these uncertain times. As a youth commission, we use data, what we notice about our peers, and our own experiences to identify problems that may be contributing to the big picture issue of poor mental health.
We then facilitate discussions using a positive growth mindset to drive solutions to some of these issues.
Along with the mental health crisis, the Youth Commission has been working hard to address another area of need in our community. That is making sure that our community can continue to grow and flourish for generations to come. How can El Dorado County continue to prosper and grow by attracting youth to return to the area after college? The Youth Commission has thought long and hard about this question, and we have an ambitious plans to answer this.
Today, members of the Youth Commission will be telling you about some of the solutions we have brainstormed, the projects we have executed, and the plans we have for the future. Our commissioners have a lot to say, so let's get right to it.
Throughout this presentation, we will go into depth about focuses of this year: Wellness Week, continued community outreach, other youth mental health support, and the Economic Prosperity Survey. And first up, we have Amanda and Sophia to discuss Wellness Week.
All right, so this year we continued with Wellness Week. It was from November 29th through December 3rd. All right, so what went well? So we had our social media campaign this year. Based on our survey, we learned that the students wanted more peer-to-peer outreach, and so we created videos this year of us for the Wellness Week. And it was also easier for all the organizations to spread that message through the videos. And then we continued this year with our handouts. We continued with the wristbands because they're just an easy and visible way to participate. And this year we introduced stickers, which were a great hit because everyone loves stickers on their hydros. And then with all of our outreach, it also led to an increase in visits to our website to 495 this year.
Another thing that went well that was ever received a banner sponsor from the El Dorado County Western Slope Boys and Girls Club. They covered all costs associated with the week, including the stickers, wristbands, and books. They shared our social media campaign through their social media outlets as well. During the week, we got the chance to work with wellness centers. Our local wellness centers participated by sharing our social media campaigns through their social medias and helping with the distribution of wristbands and stickers. Throughout the week, we achieved a unified message and voice from the Youth Commission and the wellness centers.
As you guys can see, Wellness Week was an enormous success this year, and it's been instrumental to the Youth Commission since it was first developed in 2018. It's definitely something that we'll continue to execute over the years, and we are confident it can grow every single year. It's not the only way we have been supporting youth mental health, though. Lauren and Avery will tell us more about that.
In addition to Wellness Week, the Commission dedicated our efforts to identify additional ways to support youth mental health. As the Commission, we focused on reaching out into the community to put our youth voices to use. One such group was the Behavioral Health Commission, where we were able to have a Youth Commission member appointed to the Commission. We hope to be able to better our partnership with the Behavioral Health Commission and to collaborate on upcoming mental health projects. We believe having student representation on the Commission will help supply valuable insight and perspective. Secondly, we also had a commissioner join the Youth Board of Directors for the California Youth Advocacy Network. Although our focus this year has been on mental health, we also recognize that tobacco usage prevention is another major issue for youth in our county. Having a Youth Commission member on the state level board provides information about the work from other youth in the county, so we may follow their example.
As a commission, it's really important to us to have a seat at the table and to represent youth where decisions are being made as that affects our future. This year, we had a Youth Commission member present about mental health for youth in our county at the District 1 Mental Health Forum, the El Dorado County School Board Association meeting, and at the Placerville Kiwanis.
Wellness Week and the Youth Commission's support of youth mental health and wellness has grown tremendously. Now we'll hear from Amelia and Grace to talk about some goals we have for the future. Next slide.
While our Wellness Week this year went really well, we do have some big goals for next year. We would like to facilitate some more direct communication between the Youth Commission and county youth, especially through peer-to-peer contact, which we found to be more effective through our survey. We'd like to do this in person through creating peer advocate programs within the high schools and by youth commissioners going to and speaking directly with middle and high school students at their campuses. And we'd also like to do this virtually through more videos. As we mentioned, we did some videos through our social media campaign this year. We'd like to do that more, and also some direct contact from commissioners through that social media and other forms as well. Speaking of social media, our social media campaign this year was successful, but we would like to expand and increase our engagement and also possibly get our own social media account for the Youth Commission. We are excited to work more closely with EDCO, specifically the newly appointed Director of Mental Health and Wellness, Matt Smith, as well as student leadership or ASB at each high school campus to more effectively promote our event. We also want to increase middle school outreach because we want students to begin learning about resources for mental health and being educated about their mental health before entering high school.
Some of our other goals for next year's Wellness Week is to have more uniformity amongst each high school campus with how Wellness Week is run. That way we can ensure that every school is a successful and impactful Wellness Week. We'd also like to successfully reach every single student, whether it's through wristbands, stickers, social media, videos, or surveys. That way we can completely follow through in distribution and communication during Wellness Week. Another goal of ours is to involve local businesses and nonprofits in promoting Wellness Week. And we'd also like to institute Easy Wellness Week Spirit Days at each high school campus by connecting with ASB. That way we can encourage student participation in Wellness Week.
In addition to the specific area of mental health, the Youth Commission has been focusing on the essential topic of how our community continues to prosper for generations to come. Macy and Lucas are here to answer that.
The 2014 Youth Commission was tasked with executing the survey about the possibility regarding youth staying in or returning to El Dorado County after future school and career paths. We reviewed this data and took out the most important details that we found. As you can see on the handouts you should have received, 72% of students surveyed were planning on leaving El Dorado County after high school, and of those, 75% would leave to go to college. Additionally, some key aspects that were identified in the survey as being draws to the county are the outdoor lifestyle, the location, the friendly community, and the country living. Some reasons that have encouraged youth to stay, as identified through the survey, would be family, career opportunities, youth activities and programs, and the location. Next slide. After reviewing this data, it led us to ask the following additional questions, such as, what can we do now to draw people into the county, and what can we capitalize on to keep the youth? Additionally, how can we better maintain our parks and trails, as they seem to be a clear indicator of drawing students in? Also, how can the youth voice assist with economic development plans and policies at the county now in order to ensure job creation and affordable living in the future? Next one.
As a Youth Commission, we see a clear need for a new survey. When we build our own survey, we would like to keep the following question topics from the 2014 survey. What criteria will youth use when deciding where to live? What lifestyle, culture, and amenities are important to them? What do El Dorado County youth like and dislike? What housing are they looking for? And what opportunities are they looking for? On our own survey, previously, we would also like to add the following topics. How can we encourage and promote diversity? Where and how do youth receive information about the county and events in the county? Is there a need for more county-based youth events, and what kind? Is there value in integrating more outdoor and environmentally based activities, including caring for our existing parks and trails? And does wildfire safety play a role in your decision to live here? Next slide. Along with the previous questions outlined on the last slide, we are also considering who and how many we would like to sample, the best method to send out the survey, if the best delivery is under EDCO, the Board of Supervisors, or possibly both, and a potential timeline for survey delivery and data review. Looking toward the future, the Youth Commission has a lot on our plate. We're looking forward to organizing Wellness Week,
connecting with the Behavioral Health Commission, and implementing the Economic Prosperity Survey. But above all, we will continue to be the voice of youth in our community.
We want to thank you guys for your continued support of the Youth Commission, and we would like to open it up for any questions now.
Okay, with that, I'm thinking that it would be good for us to take public comments. We have to reach out to the public and take comments, and then the board can come back and deliberate on that, if that's okay with you guys.
Of course, thank
Okay.
you.
Okay, Kim, we'll do public comment now, please.
Now taking public comment on item number 32. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public participation from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, hi there. Yeah, it's Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction. Just want to congratulate the kids on the work they've done, the work they're going to do, and exposing themselves at an early age to how this interesting system works. As Franklin said, it's a republic if you can keep it. So thank you, kids, for joining in. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for providing them a platform. And hold your nose when you get near politics, because remember, it's like making sausage. You really don't want to see how it's done, do you? Question mark. Thank you very much. And see you on the flip side.
With that, we'll come back to the board now. Questions or comments from the board? You want to go
Start
first?
off? All right, thank you. First of all, really well done. I think we're all inspired by what you've accomplished and by where you're going. I think back to last year and recognizing that, the Youth Commission was coming out of just incredibly chaotic, disconnected time. You hadn't even met, and how you went from there to this year. I mean, what a leap, and just remarkable. I do have a few questions, but I am particularly intrigued by your prosperity survey, and I think you're on the right track. That is exactly the kind of information that we need as decision makers, as policy makers, at the county level, at the city level, within our schools. It's critical. I'm absolutely ecstatic about that, and definitely want to know how we can help. Love the idea of reaching out through EDCO and through the Board of Supervisors. Use us this next year. Use us to be a conduit for your survey, and would love when you get the survey results back to have a report back to the board to inform our decisions forward. So let's stay in close contact with each other and see how we can partner with you on that, because I think that you're just on the right track and something that it's been a missing link for us. I do have a question on how are the wellness? I love your focus on wellness. We're so often reactionary to illness or to things that aren't going right, but concentrating on wellness and keeping ourselves well with that positive focus, I think is really right on. How are the wellness centers received by your peers, and how can we support that more? And I don't know who wants to take that question on. I know wellness is a focus of this board as well. So, hi, Lauren.
Hi, so I'm a sophomore at Oak Ridge High School, and the wellness centers are at each and every high school, but particularly from my personal experience as a part of leadership in ASB, we hear a lot of feedback about the wellness centers. Right now, the biggest problem when it comes to wellness centers is accessibility. With so many people on each campus, it's hard for every student to have an opportunity to be able to access those resources. But for those who have been able to use those services, the feedback has been extremely positive.
Okay, wonderful. And thank you, Lauren, for serving on the Behavioral Health Commission. Just really appreciate Lauren stepping up to do that. That's a tremendous asset. So
thank you.
Great, that's great feedback. Let's see. I think that's all the questions I have for right now.
For now?
Yes, for now.
For the moment. Okay, then let's do.
Last questions. I have more comments later.
Yes, Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so three things, I guess. Again, congratulations on your great accomplishments. You're doing a fantastic job. The more communication, the more awareness we have of the behavioral health, mental health issues that are throughout our society. It's extremely important, particularly when it comes to youth and suicides. That's something that.
Oh, your microphone's not on. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, thank you. So youth and suicide rates going up particularly bothers me because it says we need to do more. Somehow we need to do more. And you are part of that solution. You are doing more because the communication paths, making people aware, making them feel comfortable that there's an independent third party that they can talk to kind of share some of their concerns, whatever, early on before it becomes that crisis stage. That's all important. But there's three things I want to make sure that we as a board and through our services, Health and Human Services, try to capitalize on. I think through the Behavioral Health Commission and Lauren's participation in that, you're going to get wired into a lot of things going on at the Health and Human Services area. One of the things that I think is key is the mobile response team that we're looking to start up with respect to being able to go out into the community and respond to things. When you have your wellness week, it might be advantageous to invite that response team to come to the campuses and basically show the vehicle and the support team so people can get acclimated to it and comfortable that if you really are in a crisis mode, there's somebody that's going to come and address it. You don't have to wait some period of time, right? You can get almost an immediate response. And I think that's important. Along with that, El Dorado County is considering establishing a clubhouse or a club, which is probably different from county government, but there's activity going on to look at providing those kinds of facilities within El Dorado County. And if you're not familiar with it, typically they deal with schizophrenic behavior. And how do you have a common meeting place where those people who suffer from those kinds of diseases are comfortable to come and share experiences, to basically have a support group kind of wrapped around them, independent from what you could do on the internet or something like that. So I would encourage you to continue to follow and look at what that club or clubhouse activity is. And that's being led by NAMI. So if you're not familiar with that, stay tuned with that. And then the last thing is through the El Dorado Hills Community Council meetings, where we've had presentations, and Lauren, thank you for your presentation. That inspired a lot of people. Really appreciate that because I know it came from your heart and that's what makes a difference. But we're starting to look at what can we do to bring programs that are not present within our county up to our hospitals. So there's one in Sutter County that's been very successful. We've gotten Marshall Hospital engaged at looking at the possibility of bringing that program, not under Sutter sponsorship, but something very similar to it to El Dorado County. So Dr. Entwistle in particular has been involved with that through Marshall Hospital. So again, I think that's an area to follow and encourage to the extent that you think it's helpful, because those are the kinds, and this was a service that dealt with teens experiences and teen issues that got to the point where the particular mom and daughter that were involved with it, and that was explained in one of our community council meetings, got to the point that there's nothing in El Dorado County that could serve that particular need. They had to go outside the county. So if we can bring those kinds of programs into our county through Marshall Hospital and make them available to our local youth, then we're doing the right things. So I would just advise you of those three areas to stay tuned to, participate to the extent that you think it's helpful, but communicate what those services are that the county's trying to bring on board or extend through our partners, such as Marshall Hospital, to bring those kinds of solutions locally, because we need to do more, and I think we are, but the success rate of that will be dependent upon how many people get behind it and what our results are. If we get really good results, the programs will stay. If we get mediocre results, maybe not so much, because we're always looking at budget trade-offs, et cetera. But again, my sincere appreciation for everything you're doing. You're on the right track. You're doing the right things. Just keep it going.
And Supervisor Novosel.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for such a great presentation. It's always wonderful and inspiring to see what our future leaders are doing. And that's what you are. You're all future leaders. And I really, really appreciate the time you've spent to work on all this. A particular interest to me was when you're talking about doing the peer-to-peer conversations. It's so incredible, especially when you're talking about the middle school. Those kids look up to you. So it's really important that you get in there and talk to them about these important subjects. To me, social media bullying is huge. So, you know, if you can get in there and talk to them about how to talk to each other on social media, I think that's huge right there. But then again, the mental illness issue is just incredibly important too. So, you know, and they'll open up to you. You know, that's what's so important is to have that peer-to-peer conversation. So I really thank you for bringing that one up to us. And I think that's really, really critical with our kids. So thank you again. Appreciate everything you do.
And Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I want to thank you for being here today. You guys have done an awesome job. You really have. And thank you for reaching out and having kids be an awareness of what's going on in society today, especially when it comes to mental illness and depression and drug use and all the other stuff like that. So make the young people be aware of what's really going on. So I want to thank you for all your hard work and everything that's going on. Thank you very much.
Okay, and I get to wrap it up on the comments part. There's more after that. This morning we had presentations for our older senior citizens in El Dorado County. And here we have our youth. And I feel like I can say almost the same exact words. Thank you for your time and energy and effort and volunteerism to be a part of your community and care for others. That's exactly what I said this morning. And I feel that with you, you care for each other. That's why you're doing this. Because that's what, I mean, you're doing it because you care about others. That's why we all do all the things we do. Community is so important. I appreciated that you brought back that survey results from last time. I have a really different take. My brain is so different. I'm so sorry. Have you considered this? Consider a survey or a separate survey or the same survey, whatever, but to folks that actually grew up in El Dorado County and still live here. Because I'm one of those, but I moved away and I couldn't get out of here fast enough. But there were things that were here that drew me back. Supervisor Turnbull, you know, did you ever move away?
Nope.
So Supervisor Thomas. So there's other, you know, I just think that there's some interesting, life is complex. And I think you know that. And maybe polling some folks that have moved away or stayed and finding out their reasons would help too. Because I would tell you, when I left El Dorado County, I wasn't coming back. I would have said on that survey, I'm never coming back. And yet here I am. So just, it's something to consider because life throws you things that you don't anticipate and you might be surprised by some of the responses you get. So just throwing that out there. I appreciate it. I didn't know, or maybe I did, and I just can't remember. There's so much going on in my brain in El Dorado County. The resource centers, the wellness centers on the campus. I love that. That is so important. And what I want to ask is a little bit different take, but I used to work at Ponderosa High School. I was in the library. And I felt that I was always there for students who just needed someone to talk to. That wasn't my job, but that's what I did. And I'm just curious if you as students currently in high school feel there's enough adults on campus. Because I remember I was in high school back when Prop 13 hit, quite honestly, and it cut staff and resources incredibly. I think I was a senior in high school then, I can't remember what year Prop 13 hit, but it was an immediate impact on the resources for schools. My job at Ponderosa High School actually got cut in the 2008 recession. So I'm just curious if you as students feel that there are enough adults on campus so that you feel you have someone to go to, because these resource centers are great, but sometimes you don't want to have to make an appointment or have a formal place to go, but you just need someone that is available to you. And I get that. So that's another thing that maybe you could look into, suggest, talk to Dr. Monensala's here, because I really think that it's important that students have just someone they can find easily and talk to. And I loved being that for some of the students at Ponderosa when I worked there. I felt that I was able to provide some meaningful guidance for several. So with that, and sorry, that might have been a kind of a heavy on you, but these are really things that I really think about a lot. My kids are out of college now, And one has moved back and is settled. I don't think he's coming back, but I have two at home that won't leave. So, life is interesting. So thank you for all you do. Looking forward to those of you that are going to be coming back. And I wish those of you that are graduating the very best. It's so exciting. And with that, I think Supervisor Thomas has some ceremonial things to do here.
That sounds great. And just like to thank EDCO for this partnership. Just so appreciate the opportunity to engage with our youths. And Sean, the Boys and Girls Club, thank you for your partnership with them this year in supporting Wellness Week. Once again, we're a caring and connected community, and I love how we support each other. I think that's one of the best things about El Dorado County that you might not find other places, not to this degree. It makes us really special. So I just have a few final comments, and then let me just wrap this up. That once again, thank you for being here. You have led through unprecedented times, and you've led with grace, with strength, with creativity. You've led with love for your fellow man and love for each other. And that will get you through anything. And we just all so appreciate your dedication to a cause outside of yourself. And, one of the online commenters said, careful about politics, it gets dirty. Well, I love that community issues are not political. And the more we stand up for that and just love each other and help each other through it, the better we will be able to navigate unprecedented times like the one you've been through. So hats off to all of you for your strength. I know you will do, amazing things in your life ahead because you've already demonstrated the strength of leadership and your heart for others, which, boy, if you have that as your foundation, you'll go far. And Amy, this is bittersweet. Amy has been the youth advisor for the last 4 or 5 years. And your heart and your ability you embody servant leadership. And that just shines through you. It's shined through in everything you've done. And what they've been able to accomplish and weather is a strong result of your leadership and your heart for others. And I know that our Youth Commission's loss is CASA's gain. And boy, that organization needs you desperately too, but just have tremendous gratitude for your leadership for these past 4 to 5 years in supporting this Youth Commission. So with that, I would like to, yes, let's get it. So I'd like to read and present a certificate of recognition for Amy. And then we have certificates for all of you signed by myself as the board liaison and Chairman Parlin. And so once we present Amy's certificate, then I'll have you come up now. And then she will hand out the certificates for all of you. And then I'd like to invite the board down with the Youth Commission, and we'd like to get a group picture to wrap this up. So with that, Amy, it is my privilege on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors Certificate of Appreciation presented to Amy Pooley, Youth Commission Advisor. With appreciation for transforming the commission into a solid foundation for our youth to develop leadership skills and a platform to express their opinions and ideas. Your commitment to the last 4 years as Youth Commission Advisor will have significant impact for years to come. Our youth and the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors are thankful for your dedication, given this day, the 17th day of May, 2022. So
Thank you.
Lots of photos at the end, many photos.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the proclamation. It is an honor to be here. We sort of said our goodbyes and had my emotional moment last night. So I'm really hoping to be able to hold it together up here today. It is a very bittersweet time for me to leave the commission. I have so immensely enjoyed my time with this commission, as well as all of the other commissioners that I've had the privilege to lead and grow over these past 4 or 5 years. Watching each of them grow, sitting in this seat and watching them grow from what I feel like are children into owning their voice, owning their leadership, understanding that they have something important to say and contributions to give to this county at this young age. Growing them into our future leaders is such a privilege. So I thank you for that opportunity. I thank EDCO for that opportunity. Such an honor to be here. And I know whoever fills this seat will continue on in this good work. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. And so stay up there, Amy, and
Okay.
you can hand out the certificates as I call their names.
Okay.
So first is Lauren Subimoto, District 1.
Thank you, Lauren.
And then we have, stay standing up here and then we'll get a group picture.
Do the
Yes.
applause for
Yeah, we'll
everybody.
do it at
all
the
at
end.
once?
Yes.
Yeah. Very good.
Grace Lawson, District 2. Mahi Aswani, District 3.
I love your inflections, right? I mean,
She does such a great job.
She does. Amanda Kendler, District 3, and is soon to be graduate of El Dorado High School. Very exciting next week. Emma Lopez, District 3, another El Dorado County grad soon next week. Avery Sheridan, District 4. Sophia Bradford, District 4. Amelia Demolino, pardon me, District 5. Macy Little, District 5. And Lucas Johnston, Clerk of the Youth Commission. So with that, join me in offering them a hearty congratulations. We'll get a group photo.
All right.
Yeah. Let's see.
Can we all sit up there?
Yeah.
let's
You want
go
it
back
there?
over
Yeah, I think that makes more sense. Yeah.
Solid there too?
Just move it out of here.
Yes.
Yeah, come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Yeah. You guys in front.
Thank you for, thank you for my District 5.
Get it out of the car.
Appreciate that.
All right, so yeah, get with your district. So District 3 here.
Four.
Oh.
Going over here. Does that work?
So Macy right here.
Hi.
Dina, you're gonna have to boss us around. Tell us what to do.
Yeah, boss us around.
Squeeze or something? or-
Right.
A little
Turn a little
sideways.
bit. Sideways.
Come on over.
Sorry, it's my wedding planning days.
Look that way, those on this side. Yeah, face in like a.
We're glad you
wedding
have your mad skills.
I can be boss. All right, I'll take a photo and then I'll flip.
Everybody say cheese.
Cheese.
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. Perfect. We're gonna get one over here so I can go with that computer. 1, 2, 3.
Anyone else here in the middle?
All right.
Yay. Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work. It's a great mission. Our best,
Congratulations. Are you a senior? My brother. Oh my gosh. I would be here with somebody get us.
You know, and it's so much you're every day. It's just weird, you don't know.
Yeah.
what's gonna be in front of you and why and all that,
So maybe like survey also like.
Yeah, like you guys are thinking now, And then see, trying to, there are a lot of firms that do that. Working back, and I think that's what you're doing. Why they let us-
Yeah, that's all it is important. Yeah.
If you leave Eldorado County for a while, you can always come back.
Go to other parts, like Lake Tahoe.
There you go. You get a second education.
That's right. That's where LTC student graduated from. Great community college in the mountains.
And they're like,
Like 13, we've got it all here.
That's true.
We don't need to go.
Yeah.
Done a better job. Yeah.
Best of luck to all of you. Think of the seniors, right? Go get them.
Yes,
Go get
great
'em.
job presenting. Thank you. Never going back.
Thank you, Dad.
Thank you, back.
Any
speculation?
It's a neat place to read.
I'm kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Yeah. Looking forward to next year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thanks, so.
Yeah.
You all back? Yeah.
It is great. Good, actually, considering. Today was a very ceremonial day. Pretty good. I like seeing the board discussion after the federal. And then we can. All right. Thank you so much. Very fun.
So good seeing you.
Thank you, Amy.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys.
Later.
I think we will.
Yeah,
Yes, counting on it.
You're not leaving the county. You're just changing position, changing roles. No, she's going to CASA.
Oh, yeah.
She got the position for executive officer, whatever they call it.
Me neither.
Okay.
Whatever they call their top person.
Oh, really? Like an executive director or whatever they call it? Okay.
Executive director or something like that.
Very
yeah.
good. All right. Oh, it got really empty. Bye. Thank you, Dina.
See you later.
So with that, I think we're ready to move on to and froms. And remember, we're trying to keep them as brief reports on your commissioner committee meetings, things that are of countywide concern. Who wants to go? Let's see. Are you ready, District 2?
Nope.
Nope. Are we ready, District 5?
Sure.
Okay.
I'm going to make mine short and sweet. Been meeting with the Conservancy, California Style Conservancy. We are looking for a new executive director, which is very exciting. Yeah, and so that's taken up a lot of my time, frankly. But we are going to be interviewing in June, and hopefully by the end of summer, beginning of fall, we'll have a new director, which is very exciting. So it covers quite an area in Tahoe, and it's all about using our lands in a sustainable way. To take lands that they're lands that really need some rehab, whatever, and bring them back and rehab them. And so it's wonderful work that they do. So very excited about that. And then the boundary of that. Oh, everyone's gonna ask. So it's a California Conservancy, Tahoe Conservancy. It's the California side of Tahoe. And it kind of gets into the top towards Desolation Wilderness. And then there's another conservancy over there called Sierra Conservancy that has that area up there in the North Shore, and then the South Shore. It's another conservancy.
Oh my gosh.
There's like 21 conservancies all
Oh.
in California. Yeah, and they're land conservancies. They take care of the land. They purchase and redevelopment, not redevelop, but rehab areas that are of special interest to conservation. So it's a wonderful, wonderful group. And I happen to be chair this year.
Oh, that's
I've been
wonderful.
chair for a couple of years here now. So yeah, looking forward to a new director. So that's
Yay.
keeping me very busy.
Yeah.
And then Monday I had my monthly meetings with everyone, including planning and Dawn and everyone. Thank you, everybody, for meeting with me. It's good. That's it.
Okay, District 1.
Yeah, so I'll start out with the Wednesday, May the 11th. There were 4 of us supervisors who were able to attend the farm day at the fairgrounds.
That was
Great,
fun.
great
That was
event.
fun.
Great day.
And for those of you who don't know, that's when the third graders from all the local schools are invited to come down and learn about ag basically and farming and those kinds of things. Great program. Then on Friday, Lori and I attended the Fire and EMS ad hoc committees meeting relative to the wildfire protection plan, and that will be on the next week's agenda, I think it is. So you'll see and hear more about that next week. On Saturday, May 14th, the Transit Authority held their safety awards. So as the president of that board, I was able to make the presentations. That was in our county fairgrounds. So that was a great event. And then on Monday, May the 16th, the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA Board had their meeting, the first meeting in about a year. The good news is we've selected a new CEO, Brett Bollinger, from the city of Folsom. He's head of the Trails Group, will be the new CEO. Vicki Sanders will be the deputy CEO as she has been in the past. I thought that was very, very good to move through that. One of the things I introduced was the need for either a strategic plan and or a master plan for the SPTC. It turns out that El Dorado County has an SPTC master plan, but it hasn't been updated since 2003. So it's significantly out of date. There is no JPA master plan. So they've been operating for many, many years without any kind of a planning document, which is why I think strategic planning, get everybody together, maybe is the right first step, and then build a master plan, but we'll see how that goes. Vicki will be bringing something back at the August 1st meeting relative to that, and it'll probably be a presentation by our El Dorado County Transportation Commission and the study they did for the opportunities for the use of that SPTC in El Dorado County, because there was a lot of recreational tourism type things that were presented, and the whole JPA then will be able to discuss what they want in their area. I'll tie in also that regional transit is part of that SPTC, because they're looking always at the transit system, the bus, not the bus, but the train system that operates in Sacramento that comes out to Folsom. And there's been talk for many years of extending that, particularly, perhaps into El Dorado County at some day. So that's why I think the strategic planning is an important thing to look at, is what is our vision for the future? And is there something there that becomes a capital improvement program that's significant? How do we raise the funds for it? Because the SPTC has the ability to go out and get bonded indebtedness for some of these improvements. And I'm not necessarily an advocate of that, but we need to consider what it takes to really develop that rough jewel into a fine gem that everybody recognizes has a lot of economic benefits as well as just social benefits. So we'll see how that comes with that. Those were the things that I wanted to report on. So thank you.
District 3. Most of my time was spent inside my district, so won't go over all that. I think besides Farm Day, which just really enjoyed, we had a water agency meeting, which a lot of us are on, several of us are on. And the main topic on that was we approved our budget. And it's important to know that our expenditure priorities, we have 4 categories on how we allocate our money. And our top 4 priorities for our expenditure is number 1, secure surface water supply entitlements, implement sustainable groundwater management, secure water infrastructure, and improve drought preparedness and responses. I think water is, a topic on everyone's mind as we go into the drought. And so just think it's important for us all to know that the El Dorado Water Agency is very much committed to securing a solid, secure water foundation for our needs, both in ag as well as just sustained living, while helping us recover from wildfires and improve our infrastructure for watershed management. So it's a very comprehensive task, and we couldn't be under better leadership through Ken Payne. It's
amazing.
Very blessed to have him and his team helping lead water issues in our county.
Absolutely. And District 2.
Yeah, annual Farm Day, that was just fantastic. It really was, especially the kids and stuff. They were all excited and they were running back and forth and stuff and seeing that, and it was really neat to watch them, the animals and stuff like that, like taking the heartbeat of the sheep and, and all the different things they were doing, like the bees and stuff like that. It was a great thing for these kids to learn really what was going on, especially when it comes to ag. And we had that water agency meeting, which was really good, especially with what we're going to do is what can we do to develop more water storage? That was one of the issues that we talked about too, and what the future brings to El Dorado County. But also, we had a meeting with Jim Harville the same day, and Lori and he walked us around and stuff about implementing the little train that we could bring from Cameron Park and some of his ideas and stuff. And so it was a great thing meeting with him and getting his ideas and his feel for it. And then I had a meeting with Tom McClintock on Saturday. It was about a 3-hour meeting, and some issues and concerns that were going on in housing. I don't want to really talk about that right now, but that's one of the things it's happening in El Dorado County, and the concerns, especially a lot of the citizens, they have a lot of concerns. So anyway, that's pretty much it. So
Well, guess
anyway, have a
what?
good week.
I got nothing because y'all reported on it for me. So I have no report, which is amazing. And thank you for all that, for covering everything. There's been a lot going on.
Yeah.
And CEO update, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just 2 updates. You may recall the board directed staff to prepare a video in response to the Caldor fire. That was finalized late last night. It was shared with all of you today. Carla has shared it with a variety of different people. So it is going public. Feel free to share that in your newsletters and your various communications as well. And thank you to Carla and Moki and the Sheriff's Office for dedicating his video team to help prepare that. I thought it was very well done.
Awesome.
And second, it's our budget season as well. I'll start letting the public know now that June 7th is our budget hearing. So if anyone has comments on where they believe the county should spend their money, they're encouraged to make their voice heard. My recommended budget to you for consideration will be available about a week before that, or 10 days before that. So it's coming.
So
Very
anyway, when
good.
you guys watch the video, make sure you have plenty of tissue.
Yeah, I heard it's a tearjerker,
It's a
so be
tearjerker.
ready. Well, and it is. So with that, I think we will adjourn at 3:53. Thank you, everyone. It was a really a lot of stuff. Yeah.
You were right on time too.